we will have to expand geriatric care for the elders in our families and our communities. Last year, Madam Speaker, our Family Support and Gender Affairs Department provided residential care for 86 clients and served another 258 elderly persons with community-based services. The department trained and hired caregivers to fill gaps in elderly care for low-income households. Last year, 43 older persons benefited from this elderly home care pilot program. This is an area of social protection in which we expect an increase in demand over the coming years. And for this reason, we look forward to the passing of the Families Bill, which gives increased protections for older persons and formally establishes the National Council on Aging as a statutory body. Madam Speaker, in addition to elderly care, the department provided daily showers, meals, and other hygiene support services to 59 homeless persons, of which 22 have already transitioned to stable housing through reintegration support. This is in addition to the 66 homeless persons or rough sleepers whom the department relocated to shelters, with 10 clients being referred to rehabilitation services. Today, 90% of these 66 clients have a valid ID and 100% have completed their medical evaluations. 4 of these have reintegrated and are now gainfully employed. Through close collaboration with REMAR, Jacobs Farm, and the Belmopan City Council, we are reshaping the model for rehabilitative and transitional care across districts. Madam Speaker, this reflects the government's commitment to protecting the most vulnerable and strengthening the social fabric of our nation. There is an estimated 40,050 persons with some form of disability in Belize. And for years, these persons, many of them being children and older persons, were invisible in our society. So let us not forget that it is this PUP government that saw the need to protect the rights of persons with disabilities in Belize. It is this government that passed a landmark Disabilities Act in 2024. Madam Speaker, I believe that this is, at this juncture, I would like to make a clarification as it regards the difference between impairment and disability. Madam Speaker, impairment refers to a physical or mental problem with body structure or function, whereas a disability is the restriction or lack of ability to perform an activity that is the result of the impairment. The impairment is a physiological or psychological or anatomical loss or abnormality, like maybe a damaged disc in the spine or a bad knee. The disability is the result of the limitation of performing daily tasks or activities. So it's the inability to walk, the difficulty in reading, etc. So actually, the disability comes as a consequence of the impairment. So an impairment only becomes a disability when the environment fails to accommodate the person. I would like us, Madam Speaker, to take this honorable building as an example. It is now more accessible than ever before, and we thank you for your leadership to make it so. Our viewers can see a person signing so that those who are hearing impaired, Madam Speaker, can follow along and actually participate in the democracy. The restrooms are designed to accommodate people with accessibility issues. And this tells you that this PUP government invests in ways that matter, which is far more than what was done under the 13 years of a UDP administration. The Madam Leader of the Opposition was accommodated yesterday, and she's accommodated at every turn so that her impairment does not have to become a disability. Because during Disability Week in 2025, we highlighted our commitment to establishing a National Commission for Persons with Disabilities, the development of the National Disability Strategy, and the establishment of a National Disabilities Registry has laid the groundwork for these initiatives, and we are well poised to deliver on these commitments in the upcoming financial year. Madam Speaker, this government's social protection programs reflect targeted strategic support that keeps children in school, that keeps food on tables, and that keeps dignity intact for the most vulnerable among us. Madam Speaker, we are also changing how Belize treats its young offenders. We reject the idea that incarceration is the only path. And through our diversion program, we are saying to young people everywhere, your mistake does not have to define your future. And through our community rehabilitation department, we have responded to 703 active juvenile cases, with 420 of them being new referrals just this year. Of these active cases, 266 matters proceeded through court-related processes, and another 127 cases were successfully diverted from the formal court process. An additional 139 matters resulted in alternative court action, including probation orders and other judicial outcomes. In these cases, young men outnumber young women at a rate of over 2 to 1. In some instances, our youth were admitted to the New Beginnings Youth Development Center for Protection and Rehabilitation Services. Last year, this center provided services to 147 residents under the age of 18. We are also entering a new era for adult probation. We have started to provide adult probation services, addressed 62 adult cases, including serious offenses like homicide and sexual offenses, and completed a national mapping of alternative sentencing services across the country. Justice must punish wrongdoing, but it must also create pathways to redemption. The department's counseling services unit served 274 clients, mostly minors, and these clients received mental health support for behavioral issues, grief and loss, domestic violence issues, child abuse, and other forms of trauma. It is this PUP government that takes mental health seriously and is proud to collaborate we are proud to collaborate with the Ministry of Health and Wellness to update the Mental Health Act. This is far more than was ever done under a UDP government for those that are facing mental health challenges. Madam Speaker, I'm especially proud of our Hub Resource Center that has a membership of 751 youth, and on a daily basis serves between 85 and 90 young people to access literacy, after-school support, feeding programs, personal development, and sporting activities that keep them positively engaged. And in collaboration with the Leadership Intervention Unit, we have rolled out a successful youth apprenticeship program that links our youth with job opportunities within the private sector. Madam Speaker, this is not softness on crime. Rather, it is smart justice that benefits everyone. Madam Speaker, we understand that policy without resources is a promise without delivery. And we in this government are committed to human development and committed for it to be reflected clearly in the ministry's budget allocations. For the 2025-2026 fiscal year, the ministry operated with approximately 17.6 million in recurrent expenditure and 4.25 million in Capital 2 expenditure. This represents a total investment of 21.9 million in social programs and services. But for the 2026-2027 fiscal year, the government has restructured its investments to reflect greater efficiency in recurrent expenditure and an expansion in the capital budget. Our Capital 2 budget has increased from 4.2 million to 10.6 million. And this reflects the government's commitment to people-centered development. Madam Speaker, in the coming year, we will not retreat, we will not surrender, we will accelerate. We will pass transformative legislation. We will expand social protection. We will strengthen rehabilitation systems. We will scale up violence prevention. And we will modernize service delivery across Belize. First, we will continue to strengthen Belize's national social protection system with an increased investment from 3 million to 5 million. We will expand or boost coverage. We will improve coordination and continue to help more vulnerable households. This includes children, it includes pregnant women, it includes the elderly, it includes homeless persons, of course, persons with disabilities, victims of child abuse, gender-based violence, victims of trafficking in persons, and others. Madam Speaker, frequent hurricanes, floods, fires, and all other multi-hazard events mean that our ministry's mandate must grow accordingly. We will therefore build more shock-responsive social protection programs, integrate technology to enhance efficiencies, and monitor the impact of our investments. Second, the ministry will continue to advance legislative reforms that protect the most vulnerable. And after passing the Families Bill and the new Domestic Violence Bill, we will introduce new laws, including an anti-discrimination bill and a counter-trafficking legislation, because equality and justice cannot just be assumed, they must be guaranteed. Third, we will expand youth resilience and violence prevention programs, helping young people build the skills, the opportunities, and the support networks necessary to thrive. We will establish an adult probation unit, and we will intensify our youth diversion program. With support from UNICEF and UNDP, we will, in collaboration with the Office of the Special Envoy, implement more youth-friendly and trauma-informed rehabilitation programs at New Beginnings Youth Development Center. Madam Speaker, we will strengthen community rehabilitation and psychosocial services. We will expand access to counseling for individuals and families facing social and emotional challenges, and we will continue to strengthen our collaboration with the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the Ministry of Education, and all civil society partners to ensure that multiple aspects of rehabilitation are addressed. Fifth, we will continue to implement the National Gender Policy and the National Gender-Based Violence Action Plan, and we will roll out multi-sectoral protocols for responding to gender-based violence. We will also monitor the implementation of the Anti-Sexual Harassment Act and the Domestic Violence Act. With funding from the Caribbean Development Bank and the Social Investment Fund, we will construct a one-stop center for domestic violence in Belize City. And we expect this to be a model that can be replicated in each and every district. With funding from the World Bank, our ministry will establish community-based daycare centers in both urban and rural settings, so that this service that aims to support working mothers and those who wish to enter the labor force or re-enter the labor force is accessible. Finally, service delivery, Madam Speaker, is the true test of how our policies and strategies translate into action. We will therefore continue to invest in modern social service infrastructure, the development of clearer standard operating procedures, and the application of digital systems to improve efficiency and accessibility of services across the country. We will also implement a grievance redress mechanism to allow our clients to provide feedback aimed at improving our service delivery systems. We will complement this with hiring more social workers and building our human resource capacity and mobilizing much needed resources for us to deliver on Plan Belize 2.0. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my CEO Adele Katsim Sanchez, and her senior management team and directors of the departments for the stellar job that they have done this year, for their support, their encouragement, and their hard work. And so before closing, I also want to state that our staff are incredible individuals indeed. The staff at the ministry works 24 hours, and they are perpetually on call for cases, whether it be child abuse, gender-based violence, or other emergency situations. Madam Speaker, our social workers, the drivers, the counselors, and caregivers see clients in what is their deepest and darkest moments. And our social workers manage difficult cases every single day and are expected to perform at the optimum level. The care and attention they provide requires us to appreciate how important they are to our country. I wish to take this moment to say thank you to all the social workers in Belize and to those in the social care system who dedicate their lives to helping others. I also want to take this moment to thank the administrators who ensure our resources are utilized wisely. Your collective work is often unseen, but is the very foundation of our ministry. In summary, Madam Speaker, I would like to recognize and thank the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance for trusting this ministry with the resources necessary to protect our most vulnerable citizens. And I want to take the opportunity also to thank all my cabinet colleagues and all the ministers of state who never ignore any call for help to Corozal Bay or for collaboration with the Ministry of Human Development, Family Support, and Gender Affairs. To the people of Corozal Bay, I want to say again, thank you. And I want to tell you that this budget reflects our shared vision of a Corozal Bay that is safe, a Corozal Bay that is prosperous, and a Corozal Bay that is a model community for resilience for the rest of Belize. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, our budget, this budget reflects our values. It is about the kind of Belize we are building, a Belize where children are protected, women are empowered, a Belize where families are supported, and those most vulnerable are included. Madam Speaker, budgets are moral documents. They show what we value. And this budget values the grandmother raising her grandchildren. It values the young girl in high school with the dream of becoming an engineer. It values the man or woman with a disability who only asks for a chance to work. This budget values the family, striving and working hard to stay together. We are building a Belize where human development is not just a ministry mandate, but indeed a national reality. This is what the People's United Party stands for, and this is precisely what this government is delivering. Madam Speaker, with God's blessing, with the hard work of every Belizean, we will get there. And I'm honored to stand here as the Minister of Human Development, Family Support and Gender Affairs, and as the proud area representative for Corozal Bay. I support the estimates for the Ministry of Human Development, Family Support and Gender Affairs and the national budget presented and tabled by the Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Khaled.
Madam Speaker, with your indulgence, I rise to share my contributions on the draft estimates of revenues and expenditures for the upcoming fiscal year. Before I proceed, I would not be here today without the blessing of God. So firstly, I'd like to say that, and of course, the blessing that my constituents gave me to be here today. Madam Speaker, I want to start a little different because this is just not another speech for me. This one is personal. If you had seen me years ago, running barefoot on Iguana Street, no shirt, just sweat and sun, going from Iguana Street basketball court to the football field, or jumping on the back of one of the neighborhood's horse and carriages to hitch a ride to St. Ignatius Primary on a Tuesday morning, you wouldn't say, that boy will one day stand in the House of Representatives. You wouldn't say that, but the people of Khaled saw something. When the people of Khaled went to the polls on March 7, 2025, they did not just vote, they made a statement. They said, we deserve better, we deserve progress, we deserve someone who understands us because he is one of us. And that responsibility, that trust, that belief is something I carry with me every single day. I carry that on these broad shoulders every single day. Not just when I stand in this house, but when I walk the streets of my constituency, when I sit with mothers who are trying to make ends meet, when I talk to young men who are searching for direction, when I look into the eyes of children who don't know yet how powerful their future can be, when I hear the real stories, the real struggles, the real world that many of us here today have no clue, truthfully, is the existing reality of many of my people of Khaled. Madam Speaker, permit me just for a moment to step away from the flashy numbers, the policies, and the formalities of this honorable house. And let me speak from the heart, because Khaled is just not a constituency on a map. Khaled is my story. It is where I learn what struggle looks like. It is where I learn what resilience feels like. It is where I learn that even when you have a little, you can still dream big. We from Khaled, we don't grow up with much, and we definitely never grew up with privilege. We didn't grow up with certainty, but what we lacked in resources, we made up for in heart. And one of the greatest things I learned from growing up in Khaled, Madam Speaker, that Khaled has heart. A kind of heart that cannot be measured in budgets. A kind of love that cannot be written into policy. And that love, the love of the people of Khaled, that is what brought me here today. Madam Speaker, I didn't come into politics to make promises, because Khaled people, they done hear that for 20 years already. Plenty. And we definitely don't want to recreate that. So I made a different kind of commitment, not to the public, to myself. A commitment to myself, that I will not fail the people who raised me, that I will not turn my back on the streets that built me, that I will not forget where I came from. Because if I forget Khaled, then I forget who I am. And so today, I stand here to say this with conviction, that I am not here for a term, I am here for a legacy. A legacy where my son and his son, and generations of sons and daughters of Khaled to come, can walk through Iguana Street, Antelope, Farbers Road Extension, Pelican, Mayflower, and not see struggle as their only option, but see opportunity, see progress, see pride, because Khaled is not something or somewhere I represent. Once again, Khaled is who I am. Madam Speaker, let us talk a little bit about progress, because in just 1 year, not 20 years, not 4 terms, 1 year, we have begun rewriting the story of Khaled. And yes, we have a list of things that we've done, and definitely a list of things to do. But I just don't want to read off that list today, because if I just read it, you will just hear projects, but you won't feel what it means. So let me tell you what it really means. When we gave out 2,000 school bags, that wasn't distribution for Facebook and Instagram. That was for children who could that was for children who could walk into school without shame. That was for parents who had one less thing to worry about for their back to school expenses. When we fixed Iguana Street, Antelope Street, Santa Barbara, Zericote, Corazon, and we've started Raccoon Extension, Iguana Extension, Antelope Extension. That wasn't just infrastructure road work. That was students finally being able to walk home without stepping through mud and water all the way up to their ankles. And I fully understand the going saying, yes, we can't eat street. It's true. But my Khaled people don't want to walk through water either. So that infrastructure work, that was dignity. When we brought the land mobile services into the constituency, which was a first, that wasn't just so Honorable Khaled could come and take pictures with my beautiful people of Khaled. That was over 500 residents of Khaled being served, the majority of them first-time landowners. Madam Speaker, think about that. My people who spent their entire lives without owning much, my people who grew up feeling like land ownership was out of reach, walking away with something in their name that is not paperwork, that is security, that is stability, that is a mother knowing her children has something to stand on, that is a father knowing he can finally build for his family. That is generational change, because when you give someone land, you are not just giving them a property, you are giving them a future. And for many people in Khaled, that was their first time that they could truly say, this is mine. When we helped the immigration services that benefited over 200 persons from Khaled, that wasn't paperwork. That was people finally getting a chance to feel settled, to feel recognized, to feel like they belong. When we brought water to Crewman Lagoon, that wasn't infrastructure, that was life, a basic right. When we hosted basketball tournaments on Iguana Street, through Ghost Town, that wasn't just games. That was the young men of Khaled staying on the court instead of going down the wrong path. When we had the community day on Santa Barbara, shout out to Dennis D. Shaw, a good friend. That wasn't an event. That was people coming together again. When we fixed drainage at Farbers Road, that wasn't construction, that was relief. When we helped hundreds of students with school fees, that was not assistance, that was keeping children in school. When we paid school fees for 100+ students at Unity Presbyterian, shout out to Mrs. Staff on the Bay, that wasn't charity, that was investing in Khaled and by extension, investing in the future of Belize. When we began the rehabilitation of the Farbers Road Extension football field, that wasn't just an upgrade. I have a personal story with that one there. One night, like after 10, on the drive go home, and I see some young men, the backs in the dark on the field. Only one of the light they work, and that was the light that we fixed before elections. I stopped by and I drive up on the field and I asked the young men, "One of the do out here so late?" And they say, "Nothing the back here for do. So we need to do something, Mr. Era Rep." I feel that. I really, really feel that. We've handed over 4 starter homes. And this is another touching story, which wasn't just housing Miss Elida Sabio, the first recipient within the constituency, lost her granddaughter and her granddaughter's 2 children, 2-year-old and 2-month-old, in 2023. And the questions that I have in my head is, where was their chance? Where was their hope when they lost their lives in that fire and when they lost their family member? As leaders, we must help. We must show compassion. Where was their help? Where was their rep? Some questions we still don't know the answers to. When we hosted the Christmas party for 600 kids, that wasn't an event, that was joy, real joy. When we celebrated Mother's Day with over 300+ strong Khaled mothers and women, that was respect. When we hosted monthly movie nights, that was giving children a safe space to be children. And when we helped people to find jobs, that was dignity. Madam Speaker, this is what 1 year looks like. When the work is real, when the connection is real, when the intention is real. And of course, I want to publicly thank the Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Anthony Mala, Honorable DPM, Honorable Julius, and of course, my brother, Honorable Francis Fonseca, and my sister from the Bay, Honorable Theo. And all my other colleagues who have answered my calls and my cries when I came knocking on your doors on behalf of my Khaled people. I'll be knocking some more. You know something, Madam Speaker? Khaled never needed miracles. Khaled just needed someone to show up. And let me say this clearly, I am not satisfied because Khaled still has a lot of work to get done. I will continue to knock on doors. I will continue to push. I will continue to demand until Khaled becomes a place where no child feels limited. Madam Speaker, what we've started in Khaled is not just about Khaled. It is proof that when leadership is present, when leadership is connected, when leadership actually shows up, things change. And that same approach is what I carry into the Ministry of Youth and Sports as the Minister of State under the able guidance and leadership of my brother, Honorable Anthony Mala. Madam Speaker, sports is not something I studied at school. It's actually biology. Sport is something I lived. Sport kept me focused when I could not, when I could have gone another way. Sport gave me discipline when distractions were all around me. Sport gave me opportunity when there were very few doors open. So when I speak about sport, I am not speaking from theory, I am speaking from experience. And I can tell you this, when you invest in sport, you are not investing in games or entertainment, you are investing in lives. Because when a young man is on a football field, he is not on the street. When a young girl is in a basketball program, she is building confidence, discipline, and purpose. Sport reduces crime, sport improves health, sport builds structure, and sport builds pride. And that is why this budget, 2026-2027, presented by our Prime Minister, Honorable John Bersenio, is so important because it recognizes that youth and sports are not side issues. They are central pillars for national development. Madam Speaker, for far too long, we treated sport as an activity, something informal, something secondary. But what we are doing now, total different story. We are building a system that identifies talent early, a system that develops talent properly, a system that supports talent consistently, a system that creates opportunity nationally and internationally. That shift is already happening. We are seeing real, measurable investment. A stronger national elite basketball program with a historic $100,000 cash prize, never been before. A $2 million annual investment dedicated to upgrading sporting facilities across Belize. Strategic partnerships delivering FIFA-certified synthetic turf at national venues. Continued upgrades to community facilities across the country. Refurbishment of key national sporting infrastructure. Strengthening of financial oversight and accountability across the National Sports Council. Madam Speaker, this is not small progress. This is serious movement. And we are not slowing down. We are moving forward with lighting upgrades to meet international standards, improvements to Isiduro, Beaton, and other national stadiums, expansion of, I know I like that, expansion of multi-sport facilities across districts, better management access and use of sporting infrastructure nationwide. Because here is the reality. You cannot expect world-class performance from third-class conditions. But, Madam Speaker, facilities alone are not enough. Because talent without structure ultimately gets lost. So we are putting structure in place. We are developing a national sports policy to modernize how sport is governed in Belize, introducing long-term athlete development pathways so talent is nurtured, not wasted. Establishment of a national scouting network so talent from any village or district goes unseen. Expanding school competition so opportunity starts early. Creating clear pathways from primary school to secondary to tertiary to elite sport. Madam Speaker, this is not guesswork, this is design. This is how you build a sporting nation. But let me go further, because our young people need more than sport. They need direction, they need support, they need opportunity. And that is exactly what this budget delivers. We are rolling out one of the most comprehensive youth development agendas Belize has ever seen, a national youth policy built from real consultations, not assumptions, expanded mental health programs, because too many of our young people are struggling silently, a national sexual and reproductive health program addressing real issues, not avoiding them, job readiness and skills training programs so our youth are prepared for work, not just hoping for it, entrepreneurship programs so young people don't just go looking for jobs, they can create them. After school and summer programs, keeping our youth engaged, active, and supported. Programs for at-risk youth, focus on prevention, intervention, and reintegration. Leadership and governance training, because the next leaders of Belize are already among us. creative arts and digital skills training programs, because opportunity today goes way beyond traditional paths. Climate awareness and future-focused training, preparing our youth for the world they are inheriting, and the return of structured programs like the Youth Cadet Initiative, bringing discipline, structure, and purpose back into our young people's lives. Madam Speaker, this is not a list of programs. This is a national strategy, a strategy that says no young person will be left behind, no talent will go unnoticed, no potential will go unsupported. Because when you invest in youth, you don't just change one life, you actually change a generation. And let me say this clearly, if we don't invest in our young people today, we will pay for it tomorrow. But this government, under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, John Briceño, we are choosing to invest, not regret. Madam Speaker, in closing, a year ago, I went to the polls and I asked the beautiful people of Khaled for their support. And they showed me that support. When I read this same speech, a different speech, also a year ago, I mentioned of all the things that we would get done within a year, and we've gotten them done. So the question is, what's next? We want more house. We want more land. We want more scholarship. We want more jobs. We want more health assistance. The next is more, more, more. And so far in a year, as the representative, the area representative for Khaled, I truly believe that we've made great strides and we've made major inroads into getting, and I believe we are getting our share of the pie. And for that, myself and my people, we fully support this budget.
The member for Mesopotamia.
Madam Speaker, permission to refer to my notes, please. Madam Speaker, my first order of my presentation is to extend a heartfelt thanks to one of the most loving groups of voters in this country. Madam Speaker, I must salute the generous and forward-thinking people of Mesopotamia Division who voted for me on March 12, 2025. They did not only vote for me, Madam Speaker, they voted for a strong opposition, one that is very much needed to keep this current administration in check. Because of that decision, the United Democratic Party is stronger than ever and continues to strengthen day by day. We are still on March 2030, my valley. Don't worry, we are there at that side. Yes? You watch. Yes, man, no worry, no. We are the over here, and we are the over there. Madam Speaker, I want to place on the record that every single penny I receive as a representative, including my salary and all allowances, is spent for the well-being of the people of my division. Because all of the hair over there, now, when they get in terms of the starter homes and all the extra activities, we understand, Madam Speaker, we really try not get much, just the basics, but I will get to those basics coming up. In just 1 year, I have personally seen more than 50% of the voters in my constituency, and my goal is to visit every single home. We will not wait until election time. I was elected to serve, and serving the people of Mesopotamia is what we do. Madam Speaker, we have assisted our residents in many ways through education, small business development, home improvement, pantry support, sporting development, and much more. Last year, we held our first Mother's Day program, and this year it will be bigger and better. Our team is Queens of Mesopotamia. I invite all mothers to register at our office and secure their tickets for a day where they will be treated like royalty, as they truly deserve. We will continue to expand programs in this constituency, empowering our youths and uplifting our women. We will also introduce targeted interventions for our young men who often carry the burdens that society rarely recognizes. I would also like to welcome the members of Mesopotamia who are in the gallery today. Thank you all. And a special thanks to Rose. Couldn't have done it without you, Rose. You take care of everything, girl. Now, Madam Speaker, let me turn to my duties as representatives of his loyal opposition. Listening to the Prime Minister, one would believe Belize is entering some great era of prosperity. But when we go beyond the applause lines and examine the numbers, the real numbers, a very different story begins to appear. Madam Speaker, this budget is not a prosperity budget. This is a high-spending budget built on a slowing economic growth, rising debt service pressure, and a government that continues to spend more than it collects. Let's start with the fundamentals. The Prime Minister told his House that revenues and grants for the coming year are projected at $1.79 billion. Yet total expenditures is projected at approximately $1.92 billion. Madam Speaker, the government plans to spend roughly $127 million more than it expects to collect, and to borrow more and more and more. They love borrow. So the first truth we must acknowledge. Yes. You know water back? I guarantee you know water back. So the first truth we must acknowledge is this. This government is still spending beyond its means. And when the Prime Minister tries to present this budget as a sign of financial strength, the numbers themselves tells another story. The PM also admits that this government will require over $250 million in financing during this fiscal year. Madam Speaker, if you must borrow hundreds of millions to sustain your budget, this is not called prosperity. That is just bad business, bad decision making. That is pressure on the people of Belize and kicking the bucket down the road. Not for one generation, Madam Speaker. 2 generations and they kick the bucket down the road. Irresponsible. The Prime Minister proudly speaks about economic growth, but again, we must examine the facts. He tells us Belize economy grew by 3.5% in 2024, but growth slowed to 1.9% in 2025, and with projections at 2.3% in the coming year. Madam Speaker, that is not acceleration, that is a cooling economy. So while the economy is slowing, government spending continues to expand. This is a recipe for disaster, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let us talk about what is truly dominating this budget. Oh, make it hear me, buddy. We got all day, no worry. The Prime Minister himself told his House that $780 million will go to salary and pension. Let me repeat that, Madam Speaker. That's $780 million to pensions and salaries alone. That represents 60% of recurring expenditures and almost 11% of our entire economy. Even the Prime Minister admits that this wage bill is one of the highest in the region. Madam Speaker, when over half of your operational budget goes to wages and pension, it means the government has very little flexibility left to deal with crime, disaster, and the cost of living pressures that's facing Belizean families. But you can spend hundreds of millions on highways. Soon, we will build enough highways to reach the moon, Minister. We are reaching the moon soon. Because look, they're going to want to change every bloody thing that is placed. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Because they're getting excited now. Because we're going to spend too much money on roads. Soon we're not build enough roads to reach the moon. To God, we're not reach the moon. Hey, talk about chow mein. Soon you might not have no vegetables. Because we're going to need for this on the border. We're going to need for this on the border right now. Right? We don't need to invest more in our farm roads, right? And so that people could build the vegetables and grow more rather than import so much, right? We don't need to deal with the border situation right now. Since last week, people's vegetables and imports are rotting and we do nothing. I don't get to that yet. Right now, I can't do with that. Oh. That's because we don't want to spend on the farm road. Because farm road don't make no lot of money. That's why we don't want to spend the farm roads. Farm road don't make a lot of money, Minister. You know that. Right? Yes. But you don't got the tar. And you got expertise.
Members. No. Please. Visitors in the gallery, please. Remember, I think we gave the respect to all other members, day 1 and day 2 so far. Let's not break from that, please. Honorable member.
My apology, Madam Speaker. Yes, my apologies, Madam Speaker. I'm just very emotional because while I was presenting my presentation here, I spent some good time on this. And while I'm writing, this comes from the heart. Because I look at the guys over the side and they brag about how this one to get that one and that one to get that one. But you ask this side of the house, have you received any Starter Homes member for Albert? Have you received any member? Say yes. I will ask you, Miss Minister, right? We from the member of Mesopotamia have not received nothing. But we want you to start treating us equally. Just like how you treat the other divisions. Every member over that side gets Starter Homes. This side I get nothing. Nada. Right? I don't get to you yet, you know. We'll come back right there, no worry. I will get to you right now, no worry, Bali. But I don't lie. I don't lie, I have this.
Members, Honorable Member for Kyle South, you will have your time.
Yes.
To rebut whatever former remarks from any of the former speakers.
You give a chance, but just relax and sit down.
Member, thank you. I don't know, member from Mesopotamia. Somehow you've energized this chamber. But I will kindly ask persons in the gallery. Remember, while I'm speaking, you must take your seat. You must take your seat. Thank you. Visitors in the gallery, please. It's hard enough with the banter from the members. We don't need additional help. The clapping, of course, that's been allowed, but please, let's just keep it to that, shall we? And members in the chamber, all I'm asking is to give the same respect that we've given to each other so far. That you can take up any misstatements that you perceive during your debate, your contribution to the debate. Thank you, member from Mesopotamia.
Madam Speaker, if you could kindly allow me, can the honorable member from Mesopotamia make a clarification? Are you saying that you're getting no help from the government of Belize? Because you're saying you don't get nada. And I think he gets the
Madam Speaker, my presentation will make, and I will give credit where it is due. I will give credit where it is due, Madam Speaker. One thing I am not liar. And I will thank the Prime Minister for what the food pantry assistance that he has given, the little bit of MIDH where we get, the constitutional help where we get. All of that is in here, Madam Speaker. So I don't need to make a clarification yet.
Then he is contradicting himself.
The standing order, let me just remind everybody, the Prime Minister is standing on an order, clarification, elucidation. You, the member on your feet, if you don't wish to give, then you don't give and we continue with the proceeding. You do not have to accede to the request for elucidation. I'm trying to make sure that this continues, or else there'll be constant interruption.
He gets nada, no, but is that you, leader of the opposition?
Members, please, no, members, Prime Minister, the standing order of elucidation can only be acceded to if the member on the feet agrees. The member has not agreed. And if there is any correction that you wish to make, then you also make it when you close the debate. That is the procedure, members. I'm just trying to ensure that we adhere to it as much as we can.
Thank you for that clarification, Madam Speaker. And
Member
yes,
from Mesopotamia, are you allowing for the elucidation or no?
no, ma'am.
Thank you. Please
Thank you.
proceed.
Hey, uno da one in a government, uno do our zone, please.
Members, standing order for the 2B. You may proceed, member. Hopefully uninterrupted, unless it's a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't like interrupt people, you know that, but remember, Madam Speaker, and I'll say it again and again, because they use it, and we are using it the same way. We cannot eat streets. We cannot eat streets, Madam Speaker. In simple terms, this government has been extremely expensive to maintain. Madam Speaker, a 4.6 billion in debt may sound manageable in a speech, but it feels different when Belizeans are the ones who must repay it. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister also speaks about debt sustainability, but once again, the numbers reveals a serious concern. Last year, Belize paid approximately $131 million in interest payment. This year, the government projects it to be $189 million alone in interest. Madam Speaker, that is an increase of $58 million in just 1 year. Yet, the PM say we are borrowing, but we pay the interest. And when we add principal repayment of around $140 million, Belize will spend over $300 million in debt servicing. That's hundreds of millions of dollars leaving the country's productive economy simply to pay lenders. Madam Speaker, that is money that could otherwise be supporting families, strengthening security, or lowering the cost of doing business. Instead, it is going to debt service. Now let's talk a little bit more about the numbers. Our debt to GP ratio in 2024 was 61%. Yes, the blue bond restructuring gave us a lot of breathing space by shaving off $380 million. Yes, the Petro-Caribbean saw savings of about $258 million, a total savings of over $630 million, Madam Speaker. But we are here, back to square one, borrowing recklessly and piling on new debt, and undoing the hard-fought savings of restructuring and write-offs. In 2025, debt to GDP ratio, it was 64.7%. 2026, look a little better, 63.5%. The government will come and say that in 2020, Belize, under the UDP administration, it was 103%. But what they failed to say, Madam Speaker, was that was due to the shock of COVID. And I remember COVID very well. Very well. I think most Belizeans do also. Madam Speaker, in February of 2025, right before elections, 17 loans were wrapped up and kicked down the road. Plus, a new $17.5 million US loan to this House, showing how heavily Belize continues to rely on borrowing for highways. The government was halfway through the year 2025, scrambling to fill a $131 million gap caused by its own decisions to understate its true expenses and blaming the opposition that we do not support the teachers. Let me make it loud and clear, Madam Speaker. We on this side of the House support our hard-working teachers. We do not support your irresponsible spending of the people's money, like the for own money. They also wrapped up a bunch of Taiwanese loans and kicked it down the road. They call it restructuring, and you have to borrow a lot of money because that's cheap money. I like it 2% to not cheap money, but the thing is, there's still interest and we still have to pay it. Now the Prime Minister says Belize stands around, debt stands around 4.6 billion, 66% of GDP, and he tells this country that the debt situation is sustainable. Madam Speaker, let us be clear. Yes, the ratio has improved since the pandemic crisis. You have to give credit where it deserves. Yes, it has improved. But COVID is not a UDP crisis. COVID is a worldwide pandemic crisis. Worldwide. But 4.6 billion is still an enormous burden for a country of our size. And even international financial institutions say Belize must continue reducing debt to about 50% of GDP by 2030 to truly see long-term sustainability. So let us not pretend that the problem has disappeared. It has not. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister highlights unemployment at around 2%. And yes, employment has improved. But employment alone does not tell the full story. Belizeans are still struggling with high food prices, high fuel costs, high import duty, high transportation costs, high utility bills, high expensive housing, high property tax, high trade license, and there are a lot more high to go, but make it still that high, and an out-of-control cost of living, and loves to blame everyone else but themselves. The PM had all the answers when he was in opposition, but now he can't reduce anything because he doesn't know where to start. And now, he even has the excuse of the US-Iran war. Or will he say that the money is already budgeted and so he cannot cut the gas tax? Imagine so many countries in the world is putting in safety measures and caps to give their people relief. Why can't our PM do the same? I remember when he demanded that the UDP government reduce gas by $2. Now today, the people of Belize is asking the same. Please, please, Mr. Prime Minister, give us, the people of Belize, some type of relief to make life a little bit easier and cheaper. Madam Speaker, it is an outright shame when the government is making commercials from long past to justify the present day's action and delinquency. People may have jobs, Madam Speaker, but many families are still living paycheck to paycheck. And when the government celebrates statistics, households are struggling to stretch their income from week to week. This is a very clear disconnect between government and the hard-working people of our beloved country. Madam Speaker, excessive government spending creates real risk for small economy like Belize. First, it locks in large portions of the budget into permanent obligations, such as salaries, pensions, and debt payment. Second, it increases the country's dependence on borrowing. Third, it leaves Belize vulnerable when external shocks occur, whether it be hurricane, tourism downturns, or global economic crisis. Madam Speaker, it increases the pressure on the government to find creative new ways to increase taxes or aggressive revenue collection to sustain this out-of-control spending without any type of consultation. Just take it. We don't care. We got elected by a landslide. We got majority. This government is drinking its own Kool-Aid, Madam Speaker. A good example is when government allowed city councils to raise property taxes by 18% and 40% for empty lots without any type of consultation. That's just time and we need to raise it. I mean, a bad time before somebody just raise it. No. It's convenient. This government likes to work in secrecy, just like when the PM denied knowledge of the proposed BTL smart acquisition, or is it to buy BTL shares? The word on the street is that the smart deal has already been solidified. They move the goalposts so often, Madam Speaker, that even the media can't keep up with them, brother. They move the goalposts so often. So, Madam Speaker, when we stripped away all the polished languages and political applause, this budget reveals 4 serious realities. Economic growth is slowing. Government spending still exceeds revenue. The wage bill is extremely high. Debt service costs are rising rapidly. These are not opposition talking points, Madam Speaker. These are the Prime Minister's own numbers and budget presentation. Madam Speaker, Belize does not need a budget that is big on announcements and weak on restraint. Belize needs a budget that protects taxpayers, support families, strengthen our economy, and reduce long-term vulnerabilities. Our government should not measure success by how much it spends, especially on highways. It should measure success by how wisely it spends on the people and our country. And until the government can demonstrate a clear path toward disciplined spending, lower debt pressure, and a stronger economic growth, it has not earned the right to boast about prosperity. Madam Speaker, Belizeans deserve honesty about the challenges we face in the present and in the future. This budget is trying to justify their ridiculous spending when 780 million of the budget is already tied up in salaries and pensions. This government is not running the country. The payroll is running the government. In other words, tail the wag the dog, I think that's how you say it. If a government must borrow hundreds of millions just to justify its books, that is not strength. That is like substance abuse, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, make me move a little bit away from the budget and stuff like that, and make me talk a little bit more about the fuel tax. Belize imports all refined petroleum products used in this country. Gasoline consumption is roughly 73,000 gallons a day. So let me break this down so we can all get an understanding of how much the government is collecting. 73,000 gallons a day times 365 gives you 26, let me see, this number so big I can't read it good. 26,645,000 gallons per year. Government tax is roughly $4. So when you times that by $4, you get $106,580,000 million on a yearly basis only on gasoline. If you include diesel, kerosene, and other fuels, Belize roughly imports 60 to 70 million gallons of fuel annually. Madam Speaker, here are the taxes charged on fuel per gallon. You have the excise tax, you have the ET tax, you have the general sales tax. All of them is taxed by the gallon. If they go a pint, they might do the pint too. After adding GST and environmental tax, the total government take per gallon often ranges roughly between $3.50 to $4.50 per gallon across the board. Let us use some conservative estimates. Estimated fuel consumption per year, let's say 55 million gallons per year. And you times that by an average tax and excise duty and GST of $4. The total annual revenue will be $260 million, Madam Speaker. That's $250 million. Over $250 million, not just over $250 million. Let me repeat for those who missed the numbers. I would love to answer your question, Prime Minister, but I know I get off track, and then Madam Speaker will say, you know what, stick to the point, and so we will answer that afterwards. Let me repeat for those who missed the number. Government of Belize collects about $260 million annually from fuel tax. That is about 15% of government's revenue. When the Prime Minister was in opposition, he criticized heavily about high fuel taxes and claimed to have the magic formula to solve the high cost of fuel. But now, he's holding the government's purse, literally, Madam Speaker. Fuel taxes remain one of the largest revenue sources, and the PM is reluctant to give relief to the Belizean people. With the excuses that who will pay for infrastructure projects, school grants, school feeding programs, NHI, social assistance, starter homes, teacher salary increase, just to name a few. Where is the magic formula? Where is the magic formula you once had? We want the same magic formula, less $2 per gallon. When the Prime Minister sat on this side of the House, he knew exactly where those taxes were and how they were hurting the Belizean families. And still they hurt today. Now that he sits on the other side, suddenly reducing them is impossible. Madam Speaker, every time a Belizean fills their tanks, the government is collecting more from the pump than the oil producers themselves. Because government, they make a deep tax. Now, make we go and talk a little bit more about the government starter homes. Okay, Minister? The program targets low-income or vulnerable citizens, including people living in extreme poverty, single parent, elderly persons or persons with disabilities, unemployed or underemployed families, people whose houses are dilapidated or have no homes. Is that right? Is that the criteria for it, or do you have more of it? Okay, well, no problem. Who decides who gets a starter home? The government says applicants must apply to the MIDH and be vetted by a selection committee that includes representatives from several ministries and civil organizations. Right? Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for that acknowledgement. Madam Speaker, to date, and to my knowledge, no starter homes have been given to any member of my constituency, Mesopotamia. Madam Speaker, I will say this, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker,
right?
A point of order, the gentleman on the other side, the member from MESOP, is absolutely lying. I have the list that MESOP has received at least 7 homes.
Not a point of order. Again, members, I remind you, if you want to elucidate, that's your point of order. You have every right to request. Member on the feet has every right to agree or not. In any event, when you stand on your contribution to debate, you can then rebut.
Madam Speaker, like you said just now, everybody are getting a chance for talk. But when you try to suppress free speech, right, and facts, then the way this house will go get to, when you get nowhere, he can have his point and he will have this opportunity to defend that he has given starter homes to Mesopotamia. I am telling you, I as a representative, since I have been there, have received none. The government...
Member, I will appeal to the members in the gallery. I know it may be difficult to restrain, but I'm asking you, please. If not, if it continues, you don't even need to respond to me. If it continues, I will have to ask to be escorted out, and we don't want that. The galleries are to be used by visitors. Please, just listen, clap from time to time. That has been allowed. Apologies for the interruption, member. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess they want to interrupt me all day because they don't want to distract, because they don't like when they hear the truth. But let us continue, Madam Speaker. So how is this program fair? Is it that only the government side constituencies is getting starter homes and that only they have people who need it? Madam Speaker, the Ministry of MIDH and the PM will come back and say, "Uno no give we nada" when the UDP were in government. And Uno, the one and the most famous one, Uno no got no moral authority for tell we nothing. Uno got no moral authority for criticize this government. We have the more authority because we are the loyal opposition. We need to put the government in check when they do foolishness and spend the people money like that for their own money. That is our job. Or they might say, oh, no, ask, so we assume all is well. So I will officially ask today, please, Mr. Prime Minister, and please, Mr. Minister MIDH, the people of Mesopotamia needs help, and lots of it. Madam Speaker, I recalled when the PM did a tour of Mesopotamia a little over a year ago. What did you see, Prime Minister? How was it? Okay, good. So you say, so that means you say single, so you say single parents. So you say older folks. So you say extreme poverty. So you say underemployment. So you say dilapidated homes. Oh, let me tell you this. Listen to this. Based on an interview you did, you admitted that all the above concerns are true when you campaigned with Mr. Lawrence Ellis in Mesopotamia right before the last general elections. You said that through him, he will get all of these benefits for Mesopotamia. Yes, he did not win, I win. So why cannot the people of Mesopotamia get the same benefits? We demand the benefits for the division and for all our divisions on this side of the house. We are Belizeans too. Hey, no, I'll get to that right now. You don't worry. I'll get to that right now. So how is it that Mesopotamia did not get a single starter home for anyone in this division? With the negative, I'll bring some positive news, okay? Good. And I mean only a few. See, that's the problem with UNO. UNO campaign that everybody for win. Everybody for win. That was the campaign slogan, remember, Minister? Everybody for win. I must thank the government. Let me start with the positive note. Look, I don't know why I said a few things that do good for women. Una interrupt me? Or I could continue to say the positives at least. Because I give credit where is due. And if I wrong, and I will be stand corrected. Right? I'm not perfect. I don't know Mr. Perfect. But lot of one over this side think Mr. Perfect though. I must thank the government for the monthly pantry assistance and the Community Development Fund. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. I hope we get some more though. Yes, I hope we get some more though. I really hope we get some more. A little bit bigger budget. I hope we get the same thing with the gentleman on the side they get. But make we leave that soon. The few home improvements received from MIDH, which I was told to be start after the budget, right? Okay, no problem. So I guess the minister put it on check that we now get no more home improvement assistance. But I have a job to do, and I will come out here and I will speak the truth, even if it risks that the minister will not give us any more home improvement assistance for Mesopotamia. Probably about, but in 15 a tranche, 2 tranches, that's 30. Oh, for true? Why? Hallelujah. You see, Minister, now one thing I know do. I know lie. I know liar. I will tell the truth.
Well, you get more homes, though. You get more homes.
Oh, boy, I hear your ministry, your division get a lot of this starter home, boy. Lot of. But anyway, we're not get there yet. We're not get there yet. I really hope that each constituency gets their fair share of what the other PUP divisions get. Just like how to thank the Prime Minister of all the stuff that I want to get, I wish we could thank him for the same thing. And I try to thank him right now too. Right? I try now, I will do it. Right? I believe that if the Prime Minister does good, I will say yes. If the Prime Minister does bad, I will say no. Right? Good. KHMH assistance. Thank you, Minister. Thank you for those assistance. The education grants received, but I must say that some of them are still unpaid. They received the approval, but some of them not get paid yet. And I will tell you why. Madam Speaker, something needs to be done about the education payments. Not a lot, a few of them, but they get paid. Probably they get dropped through the hole or something like that. Because the schools are literally taking students out of the school. Because some of these education grants are not being paid by the government. Every child in Belize has a right to education. And by removing these students from school, they are depriving them of their rights and by extension, their future. I recall the PM said that 13 million in his budget presentation was spent on education grants, which equals to about 420,000 per constituency. I wish Mesop would receive at least a quarter of that. I hear all over the side, when no make no more nice, I hear all over the side, talk about the minister, you get a lot of education grants. We get barely anything, or how much they give we, and we thank you for how much they give we. Beggars can't be choosers, but at least spend it equally. We are all Belizeans. Remember that uno campaign that uno be different. Todos ganamos. Anyway, but come back to that right now. ¿Usted no habla español? Ay, amigo. Yo hay tiempo yo platico con usted, okay? No problema. Is there anything else to report for Mesopotamia? Unfortunately, the answer is no. Boss, it's about work. We can get to that stage, Minister. And I tell you one thing. We could banter all day, you know, because I got all day, I could go to 3, 4 o'clock. Anyway, no problem. Madam Speaker, let me remind them that they campaign on being different. They campaign on everybody for win. Everybody meaning all Belizeans. That's a winning campaign plan, right? They campaign on 1.0 and 2.0. Todos ganamos. No. Okay. I want to say when I get the 3.0, no, not reach the 3.0, no worry. Now, let's get back to the starter homes, Madam Speaker. Each starter home is roughly approximately 430 square foot. Concrete structure, 1 bedroom, 1 bath, living room, kitchenette, laundry space. We are told that they are built through the Housing Execution Unit under the Ministry of Infrastructure and Development, Housing, MIDH. We are told that construction is usually done by local contractors or small construction crew hired by the ministry. Right? Good. Thank you for that verification, sir. Minister, sorry. Can the government list who these local contractors are? We need the list. Can the ministry provide contract disclosure? We need to see that contract. Can the government say how many homes have been built by each contractor since 2021? We need to see that list, Madam Speaker. I remember in 2025, not this house, the next house, right? The next house, I remember when we did that other house, right? When the minister stated that the cost of construction is about $145 a square foot, and you can't beat that no way, at our best price in a town. On the contrary, I have heard rumblings that these starter homes can't cost that much, as most of the homes are prefab. Anyway, I have also heard that even in your own government, some are questioning that the cost per square foot, as they believe it is way too high. Madam Speaker, you never just tell a member from Kayoso that he again turn for answer me? Right? You don't need for short no questions out of me, you know. He will give fair turn and give fair answer. If you want, you could do it right after this. I could answer me and rebut me, and I'll sit right there and I'll listen to her. Right? I'll sit right there and listen to her. You don't worry. But he said tomorrow, and I'll come tomorrow. I've never made a plan for come tomorrow, but after tomorrow, I'll make sure I come listen. You don't worry, because I can acknowledge when I'm wrong, Madam Speaker. You know, when you speak in this house, you know you have to speak to Madam Speaker, right? Madam Speaker. So I can admit when I'm wrong. I am not perfect. And if I'm wrong, I stand corrected. I also heard that even in your own government, that somebody had questioned that the cost is too high. Also, that most of the housing are being built by one contractor. And I say all, I say most. That's why we want to see the list of who they build who and who they build what. I have more respect than that, Bali. I have a lot of respect for people, right? We might do things, right? But I know I call out no names and no public. Because I have the immunity in here, yes. But I'm responsible. I am responsible. Right? But, well, I'll just ask another question. I know, but I make a left alone, man. Where are the homes being built? We need a list. A list of all who receive starter homes and from which constituency. We need the list. Which constituency gets the most home? We need the list. I know the Minister of MIDH likes to say, but they never ask for the information. Or go come to my office, MIDH, and we will show you. Well, Madam Speaker, today I am officially asking, and I know the wider Belizean public is also curious and wants to know who is getting these starter homes. I know for sure that my constituency is not on that list. Remember, please remember, not you, Madam Speaker, but please remember everyone that is listening. It is taxpayers' money being spent and not your own money. All information must be public information. All information. Not to hide it, bring it out the front and make a seat and make us scrutinize it. But anyway, back to the thing, make us slow down. I don't take my pills this morning, Minister. Quote Tarzan, by the way. Quote Tarzan. No. Don't start that. Don't start that foolishness. Don't start that.
Yes, sir. Not
start that. Right?
Please.
I have never, ever mentioned anything, Madam Speaker, about any simple pills or anyone over that side simple. So don't even start that.
Members, if we would only respect 42B, as difficult as it is, I know, but I'm asking, please, we really offered, by my count, we offered about 14 or so members the respect of 42B. I'm asking that we do so for the remaining members, please. Please.
Can I continue, Madam Speaker?
Please
Thank you very much,
continue.
Madam Speaker. I'm a little bit under halfway. We're going to be here for a while. You know why? Because government needs to be put in check. If government never needs to be put in check, I wouldn't have such a long presentation right here. But anyway, we can continue, Madam Speaker, because I talk to you. Please, don't bring no chicken and bull excuses as to why you cannot make the information public. We demand the information and we demand the list to be public. In 2021, when the program was officially launched, the PM told the nation that each house would cost roughly $35,000. That works out to about $81 a square foot, Madam Speaker. Last year, 2025, $6.6 million was spent to build 60 homes, and that comes out to $111,068 per house. Madam Speaker, make a do a quick calculation. That comes up to $258 a square foot. Wow! $258 a square foot, Madam Speaker. And if the minister could tell me differently, I stand corrected. But $250, the budget, see it right there. I got the book for you. I got the book right there, you know. I fact check everything I present. Literally, Madam Speaker, inflation through the roof. Now, this year, $8 million is budgeted for 100 houses. I'm not done yet, my Bali. You got your chance, Madam Speaker.
42B,
I think you need to put a little
please.
restraint upon the member, you know, Madam Speaker,
No,
because
there's no need for that. Just respect the standing order.
now
42B.
$8 million is being budgeted for 100 homes this year again. So that roughly will come out to $80,000 if they could keep it in budget, Madam Speaker. Right? That's $186 a square foot per house.
Is there a
Is
point
that
of
point
order?
of order?
What's the point of, we need to see it. What's your point of order?
It's lying, Madam Speaker. Nowhere in the
No.
budget does it say 100 houses.
No.
Madam Speaker, if I'm lying, then the budget book is lying. If I'm lying, the budget book is lying.
No.
Madam Speaker, if I'm lying, the budget book is lying.
Is there
He
a
will
point-
have his chance tomorrow
Madam
to
Speaker.
defend.
Second, is there a point of order?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
The member cannot continuously be lying. There is no,
No, that's
number
not a
in
point
it.
of
There is
order.
nothing
That's
in the
not
there
a
is
point
nothing
of
in the
order.
budget that
That's
says we are
not-
building 100 houses.
That's
nothing.
not a point of order. 1 second, Leader of Opposition, I don't need the help. There is no such point of order. I don't, please, members in the gallery, I'm asking for your support and cooperation of respecting the standing orders for visitors. And that is you too must respect 42B and don't participate in the debate. I will repeat this just for clarity. If there is disagreement on what is being stated, when you contribute to the debate, you can feel free to correct that. Should you stand on a point of order for elucidation, the member on his or her feet must agree to give leave to allow for the elucidated point. That has not been done. Therefore, member for Mesopotamia, let's try this again. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am so happy, Madam Speaker, that you're so fair, and that's why I love you.
No need for that. Absolutely no need. I'm following orders.
Because
Standing
freedom of
orders.
speech and freedom of expression cannot be suppressed. Madam Speaker, they're telling us that they will charge the poor people of Belize $80,000 to 110. It all depends on which one the budget they go with, for a 430 square foot home. This is unconscionable. This is ridiculous. This is not a program for the poor people. Now, Madam Speaker, let's take a look at $80,000. And yes, I hear a son here, they pay a monthly payment of $100 towards it, stuff like that. And if you divide that by 100, 80,000, you get 800 months. Divide that by 12 months, and it will take a person 66 years to pay for a one-bedroom house. Madam Speaker, the minister needs to check.
Point of order, Madam Speaker,
to sit.
and it is 38.5. No member shall impute improper motives to any other member of either chamber. I am saying this, Madam Speaker, because he is literally telling lies. There is
What?
no $80,000 payment.
No, but what's
there is
the
a
improper
$12,000
motive?
payment
What's
of
the-
$100 a month.
No.
Madam Speaker, we cannot accept lies be saying in this house over and over again.
No, member for Kaya, so it's not a point of order.
What is it then?
No. Member for Kaya, so if you're going to suggest that you're using 38.5 regarding imputing improper motives of another member, there is no, that's not imputing improper motives. He's stating his interpretation of the budget. Your interpretation of the budget or correction should be done when you contribute to the debate. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I not spend too much time on it, but just a couple more things. Madam Speaker, what the minister needs to check is that all the starter homes that are being, some, not all, some of them I've heard, are being rented out and not used by the actual recipient. The person who received the house, they don't need it, so they rent it out, Madam Speaker. Yes, they rent it out. Man, if you say you need this house, you are rented out. I got multiple, sir. Madam Speaker, from official DFC starter homes, data, two-bedroom concrete house, that's for DFC, okay? DFC starter homes. The sizes range from 550 square foot to 562 square foot. The cost range being roughly $50,000 to $83,000. And when you divide that, on the low end, you get $90 a square foot. But on the upper end, it goes as high as $150 a square foot. So, Madam Speaker, I hope that these houses where MIDH the bill is on the high end, because if not, check DFC. Madam Speaker, transparency should not be optional when public money is involved. Madam Speaker, when millions of dollars in public funds are being spent, the Belizean people deserve to know who is benefiting from these contracts. Madam Speaker, public housing must never become political housing. The Belizean people are not asking for favors, Madam Speaker. They are asking for fairness, transparency, and a housing program that reaches every constituency, not just the one that voted for the government. Now, make it done with the housing, okay? Minister, I promise I'll not talk no more about housing. Make it talk a little bit about the roads now, okay? For fiscal year 2025-2026, the approved MIDH budget was $157 million, made up of $23 million, and I'll go to the small numbers, recurrent, $80 million cap 2, $52 million cap 3, $30 million for maintenance of roads, streets, and drains countrywide, $14.7 million for George Price Highway from Belize City to Hatterville, $15.5 million for Philip Gosen Highway, $9.5 million for the Belcan Bridge Replacement Project, $2.2 million for the Corozal Southern Road Project. That gives you a verified of about $71.9, maybe $72 million for the original 2025-2026 budget, Madam Speaker. And this not even include the loans borrowed in 2025. On the loan side, 34.5 million US from Development Caribbean Bank for George Price Highway between Belize City and Hatterville. 30 million from the Kuwait Fund for La Democracia to Belmopan segment, Lot 3, with the 2026-2027 budget speech also saying a second Kuwait Fund loan is expected to cover the remaining, which will add up to a total of $56.1 million Belize, Madam Speaker. For 2026-2027, $99 million in capital expenditures for the ministry. 2026-2027 budget speech also publicly lists major infrastructure allocations, including $46 million for roads, streets, and drains countrywide, listing $22 million for George Price Highway, $8 for Philip Gosen, $3.8 for Swing Bridge, $3.5 for Belican, $4.6 for Santa Familia. So, Madam Speaker, the question is, why is the ministry doing 3 major projects? The public explanation was given at a town hall. Belize City residents were briefed that the George Price Highway upgrade Lot 1 and 2, complete refurbishment, complete, bridges and everything, bells and whistles, Belcan Bridge replacement, and the Swig Bridge replacement are all expected to begin overlapping windows. The budget speech says these are multi-year projects. The projects are tied to different financing streams and external deadlines. The same speech points to CDB financing of Lot 1 and the Kuwait Fund for Lot 3. Taiwan supports the Belican Bridge, and the Japanese grant aid through JICA for the Swing Bridge. Madam Speaker, the government must reconsider doing these 3 projects at the same time. They must reconsider. The minister will say they cannot delay concessional loans and grants. He will say the bridges are already at their max usage. He will also say that these are the most important traffic arteries in the country, so postponing them will be irresponsible. He will also say that these big institutions backing these projects, they independently verify spendings. He will point to Belize City Town Hall as proof of consultation. All types of excuses, Madam Speaker, just to justify borrowing the money, receiving the grants, and spending the money. I am not against roads that truly need TLC, tender loving care. I'm against bad spending, bad sequencing, and planning. Bad. All bad. Madam Speaker, the Belcan and Swing Bridge is just 2 bridges. What about the Burden Canal? What about the bridges between La Democracia and Belmopan and Belize City to Hatterville? All these bridges are being replaced at the same time because the construction is going overlapping. Lot 1 and Lot 3. I don't get to Lot 2 yet. I get to Lot 2 right now. I will make an easy traffic prediction for the next 3 years, Madam Speaker. It'll be chaos, it'll be chaos, it'll be more chaos. Consultation after contract and dates are already lined up is not planning or consultation with the public. It is public relation and damage control. Hey, brother, me don't plan all of this already, you know. All I can just tell you, boy, when they start this project right here, be prepared. This is how we are fix that bridge and make a separate temporary bridge. And this is how we are doing this next bridge right here. The days will come, we look for start right here in April. There's no consultation, Madam Speaker. None. Well, maybe with for them people, but I don't know. But I want to, with that opposition, I guess we deserve to know, right? Madam Speaker, why is the government in a rush to do 3 major projects at the same time? Is this another pension plan for the boys? I don't know. The 3 projects are scheduled to finish 1 year before 2030 general elections. Or is it to speed it up so that the elections in the upcoming municipal elections 2027, Madam Speaker? Before that, I can tell you traffic will be crazy. It will be crazy. I can't afford a helicopter, that's the problem. I think only the Prime Minister can afford for flying our helicopter out to Belmopan. I can't afford that. They will respond by saying they will respond by saying that Belcan and Swing Bridge are grant funding. But if that is the case, why the rush? The grant money is secure and we will not lose it. Just talk to the people, eh? I am sure the Taiwanese and the Japanese embassy, the government, they will understand that we can't do 2 main arteries in a Belize City at the same time. And I could tell you they are not Indian giver. They will give it to me. They promise you they'll give it to me. Let me also remind you about the Belcan fiasco of when the drawings of the bridge was given to a foreign company. We also need to remember that Citco took over the project from MIDH. Then a scandal broke out, Madam Speaker. Then the PM gave the project back to MIDH. Now where they go on here? Now where they go on? Where the applause? No more there? Because I'm speaking the truth, Madam Speaker. I am speaking the truth. One thing I can tell you no, Lee Mark Chang no liar. Let's talk about the farm roads a little bit. We're done with that already. Madam Speaker, this government is choosing to leave behind farm roads because when we examine this budget carefully, line by line, one thing becomes clear. Farm roads are not a priority in this country. Madam Speaker, let us deal with the facts, not politics. The budget is $100 million increase from last year. So when, the question is simple. With more money, why are farm roads not given more priority? Madam Speaker, farm roads are not even listed in the budget. They are hidden under maintenance of roads, infrastructure works, general MIDH spending, no clear line, no clear allocation, no accountability. That was shame, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for fiscal year 2026-2027, about $46 million nationwide for road maintenance. George Price Highway, Philip Golson Highway, and the Bridge and City Works don't take up most of the money. By the time you finish fixing the highways, nothing left for the farmers and farm roads at all. Literally crumbs. Feeder roads are in horrible condition. Drainage is failing. The farm roads are literally mud pit with a little rain. Mr. Speaker, let us leave the numbers for a moment. Let us talk some reality. A farmer wakes up at 5 o'clock in the morning, you know, that when they go do their farming, harvests his crop, loads his truck, and then he gets stuck on the farm road leading to the main road. So what happened when the farmers get stuck in a mud? The citrus, they start to rot, vegetables spoiling, cane deliveries delayed. I think I don't touch a little bit about the situation at the border, but I'll just repeat it. Mr. Speaker, something needs to be done about the situation at the northern border. Something definitely needs to be done. Thank you, Minister. I thank you for that very much. I love to confirm that. And so we could have the free flow of traffic, vegetables, and everything. Thank you, Minister. I love to hear that. It's fixed, ladies and gentlemen listening. It's fixed. It's fixed. I trust the Minister. When he tell you it's fixed partly. I trust that. And then government comes here and talks about economic growth. You cannot talk about food security when farmers can't even reach the highways. Madam Speaker, this is not just a road issue. This is a food price inflation issue, import dependence, because when farmers can't transport efficiently, Belize imports more. Prices goes up. People suffer. Bad farm roads become high food prices tomorrow. And nobody ganamos. Nobody ganamos. No todos ganamos. Nobody ganamos. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this government has made clear choices. Yes for highways. Yes for foreign funded projects. Yes to big ribbon cutting. But no to investments in farmers and farm roads. They love to cut the ribbon, but they don't love to fix the farm roads. Madam Speaker, I know the Minister of MIDH will say, he will stand up and say, we're investing heavily in the highways so the country can develop faster. Highways take tourists around faster. Highway is safer, benefiting everyone indirectly. That's what the Minister come back and say. And I agree with her. Don't get me wrong, you know. The only thing I see benefit is for them pockets, Mr. Speaker. Oh, by the way, I'm not done yet. By the way, the which contractor may build them brand new roads on the highway where Yellow Man may post on Facebook showing how poor the roads were built and was already deteriorating. Brand new roads, Mr. Speaker, deteriorating. I hope they don't sweep this one underneath the rug. Was anything done about it? Belizeans want to know. Oh, also, Mr. Speaker, that which engineer or consultant they check on the road construction to make sure that they meet the road standard. Proper supervision is needed, making sure that the prime seal is used and the right amount of tar. Yes, the Yellow Man posts up the thing, right? I bring a lot of attention. It brings a lot of attention because the roads were literally falling apart. Mr. Speaker, first we have the one who was inside the car, they said take with simple pills, and another one who behind me, the tala foolish.
Members in the gallery, please be reminded.
You know why I tell them about stupid brass? Some people left that so. Yeah. Who is checking to make sure that the proper materials is being used to ensure that the government is not being ripped off? So we need to know who they go check the roads. We definitely need to know. There will not be a list. There will be probably a couple names them. Are they qualified? You know, they know what they do. Mr. Speaker, farm roads do not start on highways. They start on the feeder roads in rural Belize. Or is it they don't want to do the farm roads because they don't make a lot of money per farm roads? Madam Speaker, if this government was serious about agriculture, we would see a dedicated farm road budget, a clear national feeder road plan, measurable targets. But instead, everything is hidden under one vague number. No transparency. Everything is confidential. Or come to my office and I'll show you. Everything is on a need-to-know basis. Mr. Speaker, I believe when something is not clear in the budget, not because they don't want to make us see it, or they don't want to tell you about it, where can I go there today? Mr. Speaker, let me not only criticize, I'll make some proposals. I always positive and I make proposals, positive proposals. Dedicated farm road funds separate from highways and urban roads. I did recommend about 10 to 15% of the Ministry of MIDH budget locked in for rural roads, feeder roads, farm roads, a national farm road register. Mr. Speaker, the budget increased by over $100 million. If the farmers can't move, Belize can't move. When you neglect the farm roads, you're neglecting the backbone of this country. Okay, Minister, we're done with that one. We'll talk about another topic now. Let's talk a little bit about the Ministry of Transport, Mr. Speaker. The ministry, under its new management regime, has not been performing to the basic standards expected by Belizean people. The people of this country continue to endure the frustration, poor service at the transport offices. No license plate, Mr. Speaker. No driving license. No license decal, Mr. Speaker. Belizeans are tired of not being able to access these services. By all indication, these issues are caused by micromanaging and overall poor mismanagement, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, accordingly, there is an alarming rate of staff seeking transfers out of the ministry. People don't want to work there. They want to go to another department. This is because staff demoralization has hit an all-time low, Mr. Speaker. Good public officers continue to suffer at the Transport Ministry. They endure daily struggles of not having toiletries for basic hygiene. Office supplies needed to provide service for the public. To make matters worse, Mr. Speaker, staff are expected to just take the insults of frustrated customers when, in fact, the deficiencies of the ministries are caused by poor leadership and mismanagement and not the staff. Also, the issue of unfair hiring and promotion practices that also contributes to the staff demoralization. Instead of addressing the many internal issues, we see the CEO and the minister weaponize the media to mislead the Belizean people. Mr. Speaker, aside from the internal mess at the ministry, we also see how incompetence is negatively impact the private sector. The ministry has failed to pay numerous businesses valuing over $200,000. I have a list of it, but not read out the list, but there's a list, hard pay. I will look into it, Minister, yes. Then, there is a blatant act of preferential procurement of auto parts. Employees have been instructed to only purchase auto parts from one specific auto parts store in Belmopan. Then I don't want to sell things in a part leader. Additionally, all ministries' vehicles and highway patrols from across the country must go to a specific auto mechanic shop at Belmopan for servicing. Mr. Speaker, inquiring minds want to know who owns these. Mr. Speaker, like what the Madam Speaker just said earlier, everybody will get their chance to talk. Everybody, they will get their chance to respond.
Member, please continue with your presentation. Member from Dangriga, please allow the member to continue his statement.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, inquiring minds want to know who own these establishments and why are they the only ones authorized to provide services for the ministry. It is obvious, Minister, and I'll go off track with your permission, Mr. Speaker, right? One thing I know do, the lie, right? And I will tell you something too. I get lot of the information, yeah? That what people give me, you know, from the ministry. Women have to be true. I stand corrected if you correct me. Thank you. So let me continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I continue, Mr. Speaker? Let's take a look at the National Bus Company, NBC. The ministry has sold the Belizean people and bus owners on a dream. I know I said the other word, but I left that so. They promised that this national bus company would have improved public transportation, but we see all the news reports, social media complaints from the commuters who are fed up with the worsening bus system. Commuters are inconvenienced daily by the failed operations of this new bus company. We also see preferential treatment whereby NBC buses are allowed to run on the time of other bus companies without any repercussions. The ministry has not shown an ounce of transparency with this national bus company. The people want to know what study was done before the creation of this company. What plan was developed for the creation of this operation of the NBC? The people want to see the company's registry documents for NBC. They want to know who are the real owners / shareholders of this company. The people want the list of all shareholders and its percentages. The failure of the NBC clearly shows that its creation was rushed, with commuters and other bus companies and the terminal employees left as casualty of this poorly created company, Mr. Speaker. Public officers working at the terminal have been most affected. They are left with no real recourse and are being forced out with their labor rights being violated, Mr. Speaker. I go do my investigation too, Mr. Speaker, and I literally spent, since I read the budget, to last night, 2 o'clock, to prepare my presentation. I stand behind my presentation. I have never in my life prepared such a long presentation. Because a lot of things have to cover. And also, Mr. Speaker, I couldn't cover it all. If not, I really may be there tonight. But let me continue, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
42B, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, every member on that side of the aisle, of that side of this chamber, will have a chance to respond publicly. They can correct me, and if I am wrong, I will say I am wrong. I'm not ashamed for saying I'm wrong. I make mistake. But if the truth hurts, then I'm sorry. But I got a job to do. I have a job to do. Right? My job is to hold the government accountable. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, you know, Madam Speaker earlier said that you look like a cow is only fire today. I know we are currently fire today, Mr. Speaker, because when I prepare and I go over my notes and I fact check myself, I really get vexed. I get vexed because I can't believe we the people no hold our elected officials accountable for going off track. Mr. Speaker, let us talk a little bit about the port project. The proposed port project, by Fabas Road, the port where it is. This may become one of the most consequential decisions of the future of Belize City. The proposed cruise passenger port on the south side of Belize. And let me say from the start, Mr. Speaker, this kind of development need a lot of consultation. You just can't do it like that, right? Do what we say. Consultation means you go across the board, feel out everybody, you get consensus, then we start to act. I believe this is a high-risk gamble with our economy, especially our environment and our people. Mr. Speaker, today we are not just speaking on the proposed cruise port, we're debating on the future of Belize tourism model. The Southside Cruise Port is not a development plan. It is a takeover model disguised as progress. Mr. Speaker, cruise tourism means lower spending per passenger, shorter stays. They just come and go and come back. Control movement. Overnight tourism is higher spending, longer stays, wider economic impact. We are expanding volume, not value. I believe we as Belizeans, we prefer the overnight stays because they can really see what is Belize about. You know, you could go to Jaguar Park, you could go horseback riding, you could jump on a boat, you could go to San Pedro, Kikaka, you could go down south to Dangriga, Placencia, you go to PG. Everything is accessible within 2 hours by driving. That's what makes Belize special. More ships does not mean more money for Belizeans, Mr. Speaker. We must ask, the government owns the port now, but if this port continues and they develop it, who will own it? Is there any plan that somebody will buy it over, take it over? Who will collect the revenues? Who will control the shops? Will concessions be given? And what type of concessions? What percentages stay in the hands of Belizeans, if any? Because experiences show, Mr. Speaker, Caribbean shows, cruise ports are often controlled by foreign cruise companies, private investors with long-term concessional agreements. If Belize does not control the port, Belize does not control its profits. We may own the land, but we're not owning the economy operating in it. Mr. Speaker, Belize is globally known for its barrier reef, mangroves protecting our coastlines, and the fisheries supporting our families. A cruise port requires dredging seabed, altering coastlines, and increased ship traffic. You cannot build a port without disturbing the sea, Mr. Speaker. And then the reef suffers, tourism suffers. We are risking a UNESCO treasure for short-term gain. Doesn't Belize have an environmental agreement under the 2021 Blue Bond Agreement? And what are the repercussions if the government does not adhere? We don't know. We'd like to know. Mr. Speaker, this project is on the south side of Belize City. So let us ask honestly, will residents get jobs? And the answer is probably yes. Will they get the contracts? Maybe yes. Opportunities? If they close the door and lock it off, then I don't know about the opportunities. Or will they get displaced? Or rising land prices? Exclusion from the very development near them? Mr. Speaker, development can mean displacement. Mr. Speaker, right now, taximen, tour guides, vendors, small restaurants depend on cruise passengers moving freely. But with a controlled port, visitors stay inside or they get shuttled directly to the sites. Majority of the spending stays inside and the crumbs fall out. Literally crumbs fall outside. This port could take away business from Belizeans if the government allows it. Mr. Speaker, we are not alone. We are competing with Cozumel, Roatan, Costa Maya, a lot of other cruise facilities. These are massive established cruise hubs. We are entering a saturated market with late timing and high risk. Mr. Speaker, I already know what they will come back with and say. Jobs will be created. I don't agree with that. Investment is coming. What type of investment? Who would they invest? What type of concessions will we be giving? Will the PM make sure that the cruise ports is for Belize and not a handful of persons or foreign entities? Mr. Speaker, every time this government is challenged about the president, they try to drag us back 18 years into history. But if we want to reopen history, then I will give them a brief history lesson today, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence. And I want to place on the record that this information is for the young and upcoming voters, some of whom were not even born or was in their childhood years. Things you need to know about the PUP government 1998-2008. In the year 1998, the PUP won a landslide victory and came back to power. Early criticism emerges about rapid borrowing and deficit spending to finance infrastructure and social programs. In the year 1999, external borrowing increased sharply to fund new development projects. In the year 2020, serious concerns begin to emerge about the lending practices of the DFC, Development Finance Corporation. Reports surfaces alleging politically connected loans and weak oversight at the state lending institution. In the year 2001, DFC loan portfolio problems deepen. Investigations and opposition scrutiny highlights large non-performing loans, politically exposed borrowers. Public debate grows over mismanagement of DFC. Belize's national debt begins climbing rapidly, raises concerns among economists and international observers. Critics argue that government development strategy relies too heavily on borrowing. In the year 2003, one of the most controversial financial issues of the decade emerges with the UHS, Universal Healthcare Services Loan Guarantee. Government guarantees loan tied to privately owned hospital projects. The loan guarantee later becomes the subject of major international litigation and arbitration. In the year 2004, the UHS financial dispute escalates involving the Belize Bank. Legal challenges begins whether the government of Belize must honor the guarantee. Concerns grows over the potential liability to taxpayers. We all know how that ended. The judgment was for over $90 million for a government guarantee for a private business. I wonder who signed a personal loan guarantee, Mr. Speaker. In the year 2005, one of the most politically turbulent years in Belizean history, widespread protests by the NTUCB of Belize and civil society groups, demonstration over tax increases, governance and corruption concerns. Protesters stormed the National Assembly building in Belmopan, forcing a suspension of parliamentary proceedings. The event marked a historic moment of national unrest. In the year 2006, the government faces growing pressure to stabilize public finances, continued controversy over the UHS loan dispute, and related legal battles. Fiscal tightening measures begin as debt measures mount. In the year 2007, Belize undertake major external debt restructuring, creating financial instruments widely known as the super bond. The restructuring is designed to manage Belize's high external debt levels. Debate continues over whether the country's borrowing strategy during the early 2000s created long-term vulnerabilities. In the year 2008, elections were held. Issues dominating the political landscape include national debt levels, governance controversies, economic mismanagement. The election resulted in the defeat of the PUP. It's a summary. Mr. Speaker, I forgot that I had two more things to say to you. The infamous G7 and the infamous accommodation agreement which came to light after the PUP lost. Then like go back in the history, Mr. Speaker, I will bring some history books today.
On a point of order. Mr. Speaker, on a point of order.
I recognize the member from Belize Rural.
I
Central.
thought that the Speaker at yesterday's inception of the debate said that one must confine your debate to the General Revenue Appropriations Bill for this year. Confine your debate to the budget so that we can get ahead. Otherwise, we are here till midnight. But the point of order is to confine your debate to the matters at hand. We can't be all over the place. That's my point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I am not all over the place, Mr. Speaker.
You
If
are
you allow
indeed.
them to give history lessons, you must allow me to give history
ma'am.
lessons.
No.
And I came
No, you are
out
history
from early
lesson.
start and I asked you for permission.
I know you know history lesson.
Mr. Speaker, right? If you allow them to give history lessons, you must allow me to give history lessons, right? We can't only talk about 18 years ago. We need to go back 25 years ago. The secret accommodation agreement, the famous G7. That's what we need to talk about since we want to talk about history, right? I remind you, I don't like talk about the past, but I will give you a history lesson today. And if we continue to talk about the past, I will continue to bring up the past. Mr. Speaker, can I continue, please?
Member, please let's just ensure that you keep your
I am wrapping up,
presentation
Mr.
today.
Speaker. I am wrapping up. Ross, trust me. The accommodation agreement, the G7, and just whom is responsible, who was involved, and then I'll wind it down. Okay? Promise, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Continue, brother. You speak your truth.
Aye. The government of Belize signed a share purchase agreement to sell a controlling stake of BTL to American investor Jeffrey Prosser on March 22nd, 2004. We talk about money, Mr. Speaker. We talk about money. And we are still feeling the effects of the super bond today. We still feel effects. Key details regarding the sale involved 52% of BTL shares held by Carlisle Holdings and other government shares to Prosser Company, ICC. On April 1st, 2004, the government officially turned over 83.7% of BTL to Prosser, according to local news reports. Then came default and repossession. Prosser defaulted on payment for the shares. Promissory note, yes. Leading the government to eventually repossess the shares and seek other buyers, including returning control to Lord Ashcroft in 2005. This sale in 2004 was brokered by the then Prime Minister Said Musa's administration. In 2005, the accommodation agreement guaranteed BTL a minimum of 15% annual rate of return, enforced via tax credits or set-offs. Personal guarantee that you'll make money. It also granted a 15-year monopoly on voice services, tax exemption on dividends and interest, and assured clear title to properties purchased from the government.
Mr. Speaker, good afternoon.
I recognize
On
the
a point
member.
of order, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Honorable Speaker reminded us that our interventions should be limited to the budget. I have been listening to the Honorable Member with all due respect. We're not in a history lesson. We're not at the university. He should be debating and speaking to the budget. I just wanted to point that out, and I ask Mr. Speaker that he focuses on the budget.
Mr. Speaker, I feel
Member.
very privileged today, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because this is the first time 4 or 5 different ministers have stepped up to call a point of order on my rights of freedom of expression and freedom of speech. We are talking about the people's money, Mr. Speaker. Right?
Yes.
If the past hurts so much, then why bring it up?
Yes, but
Let's live in the present and in the future.
but member from Mesopotamia, I must highlight that this is the debate on the general revenue appropriation
And we
bill.
talk about BTL too. Remember the BTL smart deal?
Yes, but
those
you're
are in the
going-
budget. Mr. Speaker, I promise us a wrap up on this
Please.
BTL no more.
Please focus your presentation on the general revenue appropriation.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'm not talk no more about the secret loan accommodation agreement, okay? I'll talk about the G7. Not about the G7 were senior. Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you one thing. If I'm not allowed to say what I say here today, right, I will say it on the adjournment. So one way or the other, this will come out. They like talk about the past 18 years. We are talking about 25 years ago. Right? History lesson 101. Thank you. No, I don't get poor advice, Minister. I don't get poor advice. Why you think anybody care about 18 years ago, Minister? Oh no, I always bring it up. Oh no, can't
Member
take-
from Mesopotamia, please proceed with your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Thank you. The G7 were senior cabinet ministers under the Prime Minister Said Musa. You know who they in there? The present Prime Minister, who was Deputy Prime Minister at that time, Honorable Joe Correa at the time, Honorable Marcus Spat, Honorable Eamon Courtney, Honorable Cordell Hyde, Honorable Godfrey Smith, Honorable Survey Advisor. All these members, they were not backbenchers, Mr. Speaker. They were top-ranking members of the government. The G7 rebelled against... Mr. Speaker, can I continue without interruption? I promise I'll wrap up. Not much. See, I don't have my last couple of pages right here. All right. Thank you, sir. The G7 rebelled against the then Minister of Finance, Ralph Fonseca, for the handling of public funds. They demanded the Minister of Finance to refrain from spending government's money. They believed he had too much unchecked power over spending. They argued that government could not continue spending recklessly and wanted better oversight of public finances. Their concerns that Belize's fiscal path was unsustainable. They called for government to take stock and correct course. One of the strongest demands they had, the G7s, was the removal of the Honorable Ralph Fonseca from cabinet at the time. This was 25 plus years ago, you know, Mebalis. This demand was not fully accepted by Prime Minister Musa at the time.
Mr. Speaker.
So what happened next?
Mr.
Might as
Speaker.
well make a continue, no, Mebali.
No, man.
I
I mean,
Member from Mesopotamia,
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I understand that the member from Mesopotamia wants to go back and take us into history, but he's not being fair, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I really want to bring to your attention, Mr. Speaker, the fact that the rules, the standing orders are clear, that we must focus our presentations on the revenue appropriation bill. It's as simple as that. I mean, we're not taking away from the member. He has a right to speak, but limit yourself to what, and granted, you know, sometimes we get out of, you know, the parameters, but he has to contain himself, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I feel very privileged today because the truth hurts. They want to stop me at every instance they can. They do not want to hear about the past. They could throw lick, but they can't take lick.
Yep,
If you could throw the lick, you could take the lick. I'm finished up, Mr. Speaker. I'm finished up.
Please
I'm
keep
done.
your presentation within linking it to the revenue
Yes,
appropriation
I need
bill.
1 more minute of this, and I'll wrap up, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. The same people, Mr. Speaker, running the country today were once the very same ministers who stood up and said, this government is spending too much. There is no accountability. The G7s were fighting reckless spending. Today, they are the government repeating the same behavior they once condemned. Mr. Government, I will say this again. They love to debate history. And they like to bring up 18 years ago thing. I left them alone and I said nothing, Mr. Speaker. Right? But I think enough is enough. And I wish that all the speakers, right, if we're not allowed to speak about the past 18 years and 25 years, then make we start from the present. They could throw lick, but they can't take lick. You notice, Mr. Speaker, how much they stand up against me and they try to shut me up? Mr. Speaker, when they get up and talk, they could go on to take me if they want.
But
when they were over this side, they probably go on the same way too.
Please proceed with your presentation.
Thin skin? Me thin skin?
Member from Mesopotamia.
Thin skin? Minister, you talk to the wrong person when you talk about thin skin.
Member from Mesopotamia, can you please proceed with your presentation?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my skin tick bad. And I believe all our skin in a tick bad. Because we are all members, era reps. And if we skin me thin, we could not have made it into these chambers, Mr. Speaker. Right? You have to have that special skill to listen. Thick skin. You have to have those issues. Because when you campaign, you know about campaign and I know about campaign. Yes, Minister. I will continue, sir.
Member from Mesopotamia, can you please proceed with your presentation?
Mr. Speaker, this administration has now been in office for more than 5 years. At some point, the excuses of previous government must end. Or else, I will constantly remind them of the 1998-2008 PUP Musa administration and their infamous G7 secret accommodation agreement and more. It is during this period, Mr. Speaker, that I took an interest in politics to help make a difference in my country. And I believe it is the same thing that happened to a lot of young men and women of that time, that they were demonstrating and fighting for the rights of the Belizean people and trying to hold our government accountable for their reckless spending. I'll wrap it up, Mr. Speaker. Because after 5 years, hey, one thing about me, Bali, I no shame for admit, you know.
Members,
I have lost and I have won.
Members, can we please have the member from Mesopotamia continue with his statement?
Mr. Speaker, you know, I really feel very happy and privileged today. Right? The first privilege.
You just reach. You for stay the one away where we talk about.
Member from Albert, please
the first
let's allow the
privilege
member.
is to being able to represent the constituency of Mesopotamia. The second privilege today, Mr. Speaker, is that I have never been interrupted so many times in my life over a presentation. Never. People don't stone empty mango tree, you know, Mr. Speaker. People don't stone empty mango tree. I like when they stone my mango tree because that means that they talk the truth. Shall we just let me make I continue and finish up and nothing may happen?
Member, please proceed with the presentation.
Because after 5 years, every success belongs to them and every failure belongs to them too, Mr. Speaker. Own up to your mistakes. Own up to your responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, the Belizean people expect answers about today's policies, not speeches about yesteryear's politics. That's what I just did. Yesteryear's politics. And if they continue about 18 years ago, I promise you, I will come back with 25 years ago. You don't have to say it today, my Bali. It's in the Prime Minister's famous presentation when they come. But, Mr. Speaker, we'll get back to the point, okay? Stop the heckle, my man. Make a finish up now, guys. I'm hungry and don't eat lunch yet. And I got some nice chonsan food back. Yes. Belizeans are not asking who was in office 18 or 25 years ago. They are asking, why is the cost of living still rising today? Why is housing still scarce? Why the opposition constituents not getting any starter homes? Why are they doing 4 major projects at the same time? I'm not going through the 4 there, but they might have a 5th one, because if they do lot 2, then there'll be 5 major projects at the same time, Mr. Speaker. 5. If you think traffic is bad now, during peak hours, Mr. Speaker, this government and City Council have a big surprise. They wait for all our way. That traffic jam now a joke. Why is gas pricing soaring when the government has the power and capacity to bring immediate relief with a flick of a pen? Why is utilities rising? Why is property tax rising up to 40%, Mr. Speaker? Why the government still insists on buying BTL, buying smart shares over, insists on BTL buying smart overvalued shares at $80 million? The word on the street is that smart is not worth that much, but they are still paying $80 million. Why? Because they say they want the cash flow and they want the customers' accounts. No competition. Corruption at its highest level, Mr. Speaker. No, Mr. Speaker. 3 more sentences. 3 more sentences. Yes. I got all day. I don't know what 2 hours already. Might as well be continue, man, lad. The people of Belize deserves better, and this government surely is not doing their job, putting the interests of the country first. Mr. Speaker, I do not support this budget because of the reckless, irresponsible spending on highways, and especially highways. We have enough highways that we will reach the moon soon, Mr. Speaker. People need to eat. Things hard out here, Mr. Speaker. Gas the rise, everything the rise. May God bless the wonderful people of Mesopotamia and the entire country of Belize. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Kayo South.
Mr. Speaker,
Members, can we please allow the member from Kayo South to start?
Mr. Speaker, there's one personality that I totally I have no respect for, and that is a deceitful liar. The definition of a deceitful liar, Mr. Speaker, it says a person that focuses on lying to others regarding the facts. One term era rep, where you going? Okay. One term era rep, go eat. Yeah. One term era rep, be responsible and sit down and take your lick. Go have some food, one term era rep, and we'll speak later. Mr. Speaker, I want to get into, well, none of this I had in the presentation, but it seems that I'll have to deal with it. Let's start with the housing, Mr. Speaker. There is nothing on record there is nothing in the budget, there is nothing printed, there is no interview given, there is no person that answered from our side that says the houses cost, no, that the people have to pay back $80,000 for these houses. That's a lie. Everybody knows that this program is heavily subsidized by government, nearly 75% subsidized by government. The houses are built approximately $60,000, and I'll explain why they are approximately $60,000. And the recipients pay a sum of $12,000 spaced out in 10 years. So each recipient pays 100 Belize dollars or 50 US dollars, if you want to do the conversion, a month for 12 years without any interest. After that time, the recipient gets full title of the property and use of the property. They can mortgage it, they can do whatever they want with it. So when this member from MESOP gets up and says a blatant lie, that is what started the back and forth, because it is irresponsible for somebody to come in here and says he, over the entire weekend, he was reviewing the budget, stay up till 2 in the morning, and still manufactures the information to suit him. That is a deceitful liar, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me read out, and permission to read from my phone, from my notes, from my mind, from everything. Permission accepted, Mr. Speaker? Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, we have 128 contractors that have built over 500 homes. Over 500 homes, because presently, tomorrow we'll be handing up more homes. Next week we'll be handing up more homes, and the week after we'll be handing up more homes. Bear with me, please, Mr. Speaker. A&G Construction, Abner Gray, Augusto Blanco, Alberto Castillo, Alex Riverol, Alfred Mala, Andy Mo, Anselmo Cho, Anthony Bedran, Anthony Hill, Anthony Morris, Antonio Melendez, Artemio Alamia, Arthur Gonzalez, Arthur Rosales, Augusto Blanco, Calbert Banner, CCD Companies, Chelex Construction, Action Builders, CP Building, Christian Dominguez, Donovan Young, David Sanker, Dimas Dallatores, Donovan Young, Earl Swayze Sr., Easy Home Point Construction, Edison Parks, Elias Martinez, Elito Constancia, Ellison Skeen, Emil Rodriguez, Erwin Gonzalez, Evan Thompson, Alvarado Quetzal, Frank Burns, Gaspar Canton, Jerver Valdez, Gregory Yee, Guavaminto Shish, Henry Gonzalez, Herman Aviles, Hernan Botes, Horace Grant, Howard Linares, Iguana Boys Service Limited, Israel Pot, Jacob Newfield, Jamir Manzanilla, Jebco Construction, Jermaine Gill, George Giovanni Garcia Perez, Jorge Landero, Jose Hernandez. Are there 55, Mr. Speaker? Woo! I've been 100 and something. Jose Miralda, Jose Nelson Mejia, Jose Zuleta, Joseph Ermoff, Josue Hernandez, Julio Mas, Keith Jones, Kerry Smith, Kevin Ayuso, Lely Construction, Leonel Garcia, Leonidas Gonzalez, Luis Maivit, Lloyd Flores, Lomberto Riverol, Lopez Equipment Limited, Lorenzo Herrera, LRA Construction, Luis Alberto Agas. I need to check the one. Luis Bonilla, Margarito Raymond, Marco Chan, Mario Cruz, Marvin Galdames, Matthew Romero, Melvin Reynoso, Michael Flowers, Midwest Lumber, Miguel Artemio Alamia, Myrtle Jones, Nelson Mejia, Nery Tutt, Neville Smith, Nigel Flores, Noé Portillo, Otoniel Sarceno, Oaks Park Development, Oscar Ariaza, Owen Burns, Pedro Garcia, Pedro Gustavo Ramos, Plet Home Builders, Plets, Gaspar Cantun, Radla Construction, Reginald Jackson, Regino Hernandez, Rene Castillo, Reyes Renovation and Construction, Roberto Gomez, Rodney Coleman, Rohan Marcos Gillit, Rollins Bardales, Ruben Pais, Sergio Morales, Ruben Marin, Santos Alberto Vasquez, Sebastian Morales, Selin Construction, Serapio Barcelona, Sergio Lopez, Sheehan Pat, Sean Blanco, Sidney Obren, Stephen Lopez, Teodoro Pelayo, Victor Menendez, Walward Baptist, Wayne Pollard. Our next text communion and 20 more, Mr. Speaker. We're not read that one. These are the contractors that have built the starter homes that we are doing. Mr. Speaker, the starter homes are approximately $60,000. They are approximately 420 square feet, and that is the price that we have gotten through open tender bidding. And I challenge the member from Meso, if he has a contractor that can build these houses at the quality that we expect at the price that we are getting, then send him over. We have constantly been putting these houses out for bid, and it is difficult to get more contractors because the markup on it is not high. This is a social program that government is doing, Mr. Speaker. $12,000 in 10 years. I would challenge the member from Mesop, where in the world, not in the region, not in Belize, in the world, if he can find a housing program where somebody pays $50,000 a month for 12 years and gets title for the house, for a ferro-concrete structure that can withstand the elements, $50 a month. $50 a month for 12 years, bringing the total to 12,000 Belize dollars that the recipient pays back without interest. Now, if I would now add on the value to that house, I will tell you where we have invested even more. And you are aware, Mr. Speaker, a lot of these houses were situated in rural areas where there was no road infrastructure, no drainage, no water installation, no electrical installation, and therefore the MIDH has spent considerable sums doing the infrastructure to reach some of these houses so that we can build. But it's a good thing. That money allows us to pave approximately or grade approximately a mile of road to reach a house, and before that house is finished, the people that own the properties beside those roads that we build, Mr. Speaker, end up investing and building their houses. I'll give you an example. The government of Taiwan has assisted us to build 50 houses right here in Belmopan. Right, Minister? Highland Estates. We completed the 50 houses. We paved the road from Belmopan concrete area right by Jan Saldiva House all the way to Highland. We built the J&W Bridge, which caused serious flooding in the area. And I have the value here, Mr. Speaker. I have the value here. I think we spent about $750,000 Belize on the bridge, and we spent another $2.4 million on paving the road. I invite the member from Mesop to drive that road, the J&W road right now, and look at the real estate and how it has developed since we completed the road. Mr. Speaker, there are new homes. There are luxurious homes being built. There is no flooding. The people that receive the 50 houses are happy to the point where now their family members abroad have been sending them money to pay off as fast as they can, and they are extending their homes. We have videos, we have photographs. He could go to the houses where many of these houses have now been expanded to 2, 3-bedroom homes. Then go on, we got marble and TV, all kind of things. Why? Because it gives them ownership. It gives them pride. I remember the Deputy Prime Minister saying, how a house like this can change the life of a person. So when I see the member from Mesop ridiculing the project by blatant lies, it hurts my heart because it means that he has no respect for the people that have been able to achieve the dream of having a house. Again, next text, Mr. Speaker. Again, next text, and the text comes from somebody will send me a text that was sent to him from our department. He said, "Good morning, Era Rep. We have 2 recipients at Blackberry to give their homes to from your division. Would you attend the opening?" And then I have the names of the people from Mesop that has been able to get some of these houses. Tiffany Garbutt, Mesop. Odilda Trujillo, Mesop. Paola Thomas, Mesop. Euphemia Flores, Mesop. In the Blackberry project, you have Cordelia Myers and Loyola Wagner. In the Highland project, he has Tamara Henry, all from the constituency of Mesop. I think the gentleman is spending too much time in Caribbean shores and not enough time in Mesop, so he doesn't really know who the recipients are. And then the gentleman says that we spend no money on rural roads. Well, if he is so calculating that he understands all the numbers, let me read from the budget the line items that shows the work budgeted for rural communities. Line item 9041, rural roads. This is 2024, 2025. Line item 9041, rural roads, budgeted last year, $5.3 million. Line item 9046, sugar roads, $1.2 million. Line item 9047, agricultural roads, $1 million. Line item 9040, village roads, $4.5 million. Recurrent maintenance budget for rural roads, $5.2 million, which gave us a total of $17 million that was spent last year. And then we come to this fiscal. Line item 9040, rural vigil roads, $4.5 million. Line item 9041, rural roads, $6 million. Line item 9046, sugar roads, $2.5 million. Line item 9047, agricultural roads, $3 million. Yes. The sugar roads are increased with this budget. Recurrent budget, $6 million. So this budget, we have $22 million to spend on rural roads. In addition to that, so I had my speech pretty, and then the man make a change up my speech, but in addition to the amount of $1 million budgeted, we had another budget for equipment to be able to be used in the rural communities. Last year, we bought 1 excavator, a crew cab, 3-gate, with a cargo bed, utility truck. We bought an 18-ton truck with flatbed, side rails, and side lift. We bought 3 rollers. We bought 2 bulldozers, one of them being a big one, a D5. We bought 2 graders. We bought 3 water trucks with tanks that have many purposes. One is to wet the road when you're doing the road construction. 2, when there is a scarcity of water in the villages, these same water trucks go in and supply water to our villages. And most of the guys from the rural community can attest to this. We bought 2 tow heads one excavator, and a brand new tractor with the specialized cutting mechanism that enables us to maintain the side of the highways. The gentleman talks about history, right, my brother? Well, I remember when the Prime Minister gave me the opportunity to go to Ministry of Works at the time, and I felt excited. I go in a Ministry of Works, and we don't have equipment. There was absolutely no equipment. But a couple months after, we found some of the equipment in a farm in Cayo, a private farm. And so the gentleman either does not know how to read, because he reads but he doesn't reflect the truth. He is a deceitful liar because he repeatedly states things that are untrue. And I listened to the member from Dangriga, and this gentleman is a godly man, not a regular man. And I would not say that. And he's annoyed because, again, he's speaking things that are not truthful, Mr. Speaker. So the godly man will speak after me, and he will be able to verify what I am saying. Right, member? Houses, again, the gentleman says we are building prefab houses. That which minister he inherited his constituency from? Deputy, you can help me? And he had the honorable member before him had a budget of $8 million a year for housing. And all we could have found was cardboard houses. The cardboard houses do not even reach the category of prefab. You check what I say? We are not building prefab houses. What we have is about 2 or 3 houses that we had given to people that had emergencies in the Belize City area due to fire, I believe, Deputy, it was fire. And the other was severe damage during the last, it wasn't a hurricane, it was a storm. And the pledge came in. I see members of the committee that approves houses, and they were the ones that these requests came into. These are emergency houses. We can't wait the 3-4 months to be able to build a house for them. It is urgent. They need it now. And we did build about 3 or 4 of these. Then the gentleman says that this government does nothing for the other side. You recall that, member from Queen Square, what he said? And he agrees, and maybe you agree to that, you don't support this budget, right? So if you don't support the budget, would you like to give back the constituency development fund that you receive? I'm just asking. I'm not the Minister of Finance. He's over there, but he has a longer list than I do, so you should speak to him after this budget. So all I'm saying is, and if you allow me, Mr. Speaker, because they were talking about history. I won't go back 25 years. I wasn't in politics 25 years ago. But I remember from 2012 to 2020 when I was in opposition, I used to sit, but I never used to sit on the front. The boss used to make us sit on. Where about? Remember that, Prime Minister? He said, bad man got a back. I'm just kidding. The member from Toledo West, and I remember this clearly, the member from Toledo West used to literally go on his knees and beg Dean Barrow for culverts in Toledo West. Beg him every house meeting. Please, Mr. Man, I need a culvert. Please, Mr. Prime Minister, I need a culvert. The next one tell him, shut up, because I want to fire you the way I fired the last time. That way far back now, right? Another lie, history. History. I remember in the Cayo district, when Petrocarib made a roll, the Honorable Dean Barrow get up and say, we are building the road from Santa Familia all the way to Spanish Lookout because we got a lot of money. Remember that? It's on record. Roll it. It's a lots of money. Money no problem. You want to give a road, just vote for it. Yeah, vote for it. It was never done. It was never done. But lo and behold, the People's United Party came into government, and presently we are building the road. But Mr. Speaker, we not only to build the road, we are now providing them with a bridge to join the Santa Elena San Ignacio community to the Santa Familia community. And he tell me, we don't know nothing about village, we don't know nothing about rural roads, we don't care about rural roads, the Santa Familia road. And the bridge is in a rural community. It is in a very productive rural community. If I'm not mistaken, it passes through 2 constituencies. It will benefit 2 constituencies, Cayo Central and Cayo Northeast. And Cayo North, because everybody in that area is one family. One family. But let's look at history. He comes with this, I got great ideas, you know, I am a man positive, I give positive contribution, he says. Well, wasn't he the president of the Senate, the last government? He never get beat up by this gentleman and the next gentleman before general election. We try to pay everybody for winning our election. In the UDP government, wasn't he one of the largest financiers of the UDP government at the time? He has to thank Shine for his seat one time era. That's what he needs to do. He won't be in that chair the next general election. I can nearly put one bet on that. You want a bet? Shine to make money right now. I gotta worry if I had him. Let me continue, Mr. Speaker. I'll get into the Mr. Speaker, I got about 20 pages, and the number 6. So if you calculate that at regular funds at maybe 12 and 14, about nearly 100 sheets. I'll try to make it interesting. Mr. Speaker, MIDH. This is a report of the work that we have done last fiscal and this one. Why am I saying that? Some of the projects we completed last fiscal and some of them are ongoing. So bear with me. It says the MIDH has oversight for all roads, bridges, and housing sector infrastructure undertaken by the government of Belize. These ambitious projects contribute to the growth of Belize's economy on several fronts. Physical transport infrastructure, including roads and bridges, is a basic input in the production of goods and delivery of service. Costs associated with manufacture and delivery are reduced. Some constraints are removed while public mobility and reach is enhanced through the provision of dependable and redundant road and bridge infrastructure. Additional economic benefits are being seen on the environmental front, and as more these infrastructure projects are made even more robust and climate resilient. While on the quality of life front, the generation of construction employment is a boost for the economy, and the accessibility to education, healthcare, and business markets benefit the wider community. So what we do at the ministry, Mr. Speaker, is that we break it down. I think we have about 3,000 miles of road. And we look at priorities. Which roads can be graded? Which roads needs to be bulldozed? Because you have a lot of roads that were there on the map. Remember from Lake Independence, but it's jungle. And so we go to the Ministry of Lands, we get the official map that shows you where the roads are, and then depending on how many people have access or need access to these roads, we go in and we bulldoze them. And then we have the secondary roads, which are the ones within the villages and the towns. And then you have your main arteries, which the CEO for transport are the ones. And CEO, I had them 4, 5 traffic stop this morning on the way, which is not a bad thing. 5. I was coming from the south, and 5 of them. And they were all respectful, they were all professional, they were doing their jobs. But the main arteries. So when you speak about roads and the economy, and he is saying that we don't care about the productive sector, he needs to learn. There is absolutely no way that we can pave every single road in this country. But we pave the roads that are priority and we go down the line. In the meantime, we have, as I've shown, we invest considerable sums in equipment to beef up the in-house capabilities of the ministry. The dream, Mr. Speaker, and this is just a dream, is that one day MIDH will be able to do half of the work within the country with in-house capabilities and the other half subcontracted out. When we receive the ministry, it was 100% subcontracted. 100%. So what are we doing? We have created units. We have a road maintenance unit. We have safety units. We have rural units. We have a unit now that paints the highways. We just got a machine that allows us to do the line markings on the main highways. Before that was all subcontracted out. And we are training the young men and women of the villages to be able to operate these equipment so that they can have a future. We are not perfect. We are far from perfect. But what is important in business, in politics, and in life is that if you have a problem, you face it. That's why I came after his talk, because I am facing it. And if you have an error, you deal with it. And if there is a problem, you solve it. You don't bite up and cry and tell lie, because that will only make you be a one-term error. But if you face it, if you work it, and if you follow the Lord, you're halfway there. And then you work harder, and then you work harder, and then you work harder. That is the difference between the People's United Party and, my apologies, but your side. But I only see you so that you are the talk to me about that. I'll leave that to the honorable. Yeah, I'm not too good at that. So let's go down the districts. Corozal. The Corozal Sarteneja upgrading project. 42.3 kilometers is funded via $100 million US. Loan provided by the Export-Import Bank of the Republic of China. The design-build project was executed by Overseas Engineering and Construction Company Limited, they are called OECC, and was completed in 2025. 2 new bridges were constructed under this project. They replaced the ferries at Pueblo Nuevo and Laguna Seca. No, this was not a project that we did. This is a project that we inherited. But I never gone in there and try change the contractor. I never gone in there and try like what they did when UDP came into government and they canceled all the contracts for the contractors that had it at the time. We are a responsible government. And we work with the contractor to make sure that the project stayed within budget. There is a section of that road right now that's giving some problems, which is about 240 meters. It is an underground stream that's creating serious problems that a regular road network cannot handle. And therefore, we will have to We call it a causeway, but it's really a bridge. The peat is about 90 feet deep. It's similar to what's happening going up to the Halover Bridge. It's similar to what we are seeing going up to the Burton Canal Bridge. And so we have just completed the financier to be able to assist with this. The contractor has given us a considerable decrease in finances to be able to do it, and the project will start in approximately a couple of weeks to be able to fully complete that part. That is being responsible. We will not finish, leave, or complete that project until it is to the satisfaction of the international engineers and the local engineers. That is what we call responsibility. Orange Walk. We did the San Esteban Progreso Road upgrading. Following the completion of the upgrading of the Orange Walk San Esteban Road, the MIDH continued its efforts in the area with the upgrading of a further 6.4 kilometers, which is 4 miles of the Progreso Road. So what we did is, the Progreso Road is long. We wanted to do it. I promised the member that we would do it. And so we did 2 miles from San Esteban, and we did 2 miles from the opposite direction pier. We will continue sitting with the Prime Minister to see how we can get resources to be able to complete that project. Then we did the Guinea Grass Road. This road was upgraded with the first 8 kilometers between the intersection with Philip Golson Highway and the entrance to Guinea Grass Village. And then approximately 720 meters was raised due to extreme flood that occurred in 2024. The project extended to 2025, about 2.7 kilometers towards the shipyard community. This is an addition to the road. Both road segments receive a double bituminous surface treatment, including reflective road studs, center edge line markings, a pedestrian carving, and other road furniture to improve road safety. In that vicinity, we also did the Champine Ridge Road. We did the Trial Farm Road. We did the Caledonia Main Street. All of those 3 were done in-house, which I was referring to before, which we didn't have the capability before, but now the team has the ability to go in and do the roads and pave them, and I'm so proud of them. Belize District. These are the one where it beat up both. It's called, and he didn't even mention the name, it's called the George Price Highway Upgrading Project. This project started from the day we got into government. We really started 2021, because we get in, November? It took a little couple of months to really feel as what's happening. And we sat down as a team to see what were the priority projects. This project was one of the projects that we considered to be priority. Why? The port had moved, the coastal highway was starting, the heavy produce comes out. The BSI was not barging in their sugar anymore. They were using the main highways with their large trucks. Santander from the Cayo district needed to be able to have proper roadway facilities to reach the port all the way down in Independence. Apart from that, it is the main artery. The main artery, that's Belize City to Belmopan. That is the road that is trafficked the most. And it's breaking up. The road is less than the minimum 24 feet that we require. The drop from the pavement to the side sometimes is like nearly a foot, which is incredibly dangerous. And so we started to see how this project could come about. The engineers from the ministry, along with foreign engineers, looked at all the options. And the project has 5 components. There are not 5 projects. One project with 5 components. The Belcan Bridge, the Swing Bridge, the block coming out from Belize City to Hattieville, the block that continues from Hattieville to La Democracia, and the final block that goes from Democracia to Belmopan. If there is anybody in this room, this building, this country, that can tell me otherwise, that this project is not a priority, I am willing to listen. But the Belcan Bridge has shown structural flaws that it becomes dangerous. The swing bridge was given a little maintenance work, maybe about, I don't know, 5-6 years ago, and it needs considerable work. The road, as I explained, is in dire straits of upgrading. And so we started with the design and trying to find financing. Now, the way he speaks, the like financing, the like automatic, and the leader from the opposition would know. I think she was in Beltrade, if I'm not mistaken, or the Ministry of Investment at the time. So she knows, he don't know, but she knows how difficult it is to seek financing, and to seek financing at a rate that is affordable. So we went to our friends in Kuwait, we spoke to our friends in OPEC, some call it OFID, we spoke to the traditional financiers, which is IDB, CDB, and everybody starts working, you know, who want to start first, who want to do what, who want to do this. Lo and behold, the government of Japan contacted us and said, you know, we have a grant that we would like to provide to Belize. Is there any infrastructure project that you would like us to participate in? We explained the project and they say, you know, we like the swing bridge because it has cultural value. It's in the center of Belize. Show the Belizean people the technology that comes out of Japan. So they started to work on their approval to be able to get the grant to us. Then the government of Taiwan contacted the Prime Minister, or it could have been the opposite, that he contacted them, but they were in communication. And the government of Taiwan has agreed to help us finance the Belcan. Then the Kuwait fund took like nearly 3 or 4 years because they had their internal problems, and I'm praying what's happening right there right now doesn't stop it, because that's a possibility. Even though they wrote us last week and said, no worry, we're all right. We used to this kind of thing. But we were concerned. They took about 4 years to get back to us and say, you know, it's on. And then the approval was on the minister's desk, but there was no minister at the time. And so it stayed there for like 2 years. And then it came on board. So what the gentleman is trying to say, that we are trying to make sure that everything works at the same time, because that's how, no. Financing, you cannot determine when it will happen. It's out of your control. What happened now is Japan is telling us, and Taiwan is telling us, and CDB is telling us, guys, if we don't use the money, you got a lot of countries that want the money. And if Belize doesn't take the Japanese grant, then we could go somewhere else where they want it. And we want to do it now because it's not on your timing, it's when we want to approve it. CDB had the loan for one of the phases, which is the one coming out of Belize City. And the same thing, the loan was on their loans committee table to be approved. It takes a while, but then everything happened at the same time. The only one that's left, so let me clarify. Swing Bridge is being financed by a grant by the Japanese government. Belcan Bridge will be financed by, I think it can be a grant. Prime Minister is very good at converting loans to grants, so I am hoping that can be a grant. Right, Prime Minister? Put on a smile, Prime Minister. We want one be a grant too. CDB is financing the phase coming out from Belize City to Hattieville. Kuwait Fund has financed or is financing the one from Belmopan to La Democracia. We are now awaiting OFID, which is OPEC, and they have given us good vibes that they will finance that part of it. You have to understand, Kuwait and OPEC is not something that we have done recently. The Karakol Road, for example, was financed by them. Kuwait started it, and normally it happens like that. Kuwait starts with a small portion of the loan, once Kuwait is engaged, then they are part of OPEC, and then OPEC normally follows through. And one thing they have said, all of them have said, CDB have said it publicly, Kuwait have said it publicly, OFID has said it publicly, that Belize projects done under MIDH, and please not try to misinterpret what I'm saying. I am only speaking of MIDH because that's all I know of. They are telling us that once MIDH does the project along with them, they are so happy because the projects that we have done in the past have been successful and has passed all the scrutiny that they require. And I think the leader of the opposition would agree because that's a fact. I'm not making it up. I can show you the documentation sent in. That is important for MIDH. It makes us proud. But more importantly, it is important for Belize, where an international financial institution can say, I have no problem working with you guys as a country because, one, the projects are completed successfully. The bidding process is done to our specifications and control, and the Ministry of Finance pays their bills. The Ministry of Finance, under the leadership of the Prime Minister, pays the bills. I'm not sure how that happened in the past. I can't say what happened in the past. Stick to the future. You want to stick to the future, right, man? Good. I don't know, like your brother will go back 25 years. This project, no doubt, and I will agree with him, will be difficult to execute. If I would say otherwise, I would be lying. That's why we have started the consultations. We have started the consultations publicly. We will continue with the consultations. We are working like brothers with the City Council to make sure that they assist us with the traffic flow, which will be a concern. It's not a problem, it's a concern. If any one of us, entrepreneurs, politicians, attorney, if we don't have the capability of dealing with problems, then we should be where we are. The people in this case give us the responsibility to be able to solve the problems. So, oh, we have got congestion, oh, I can't handle that. And you, no, that's not the attitude. When the gentleman from Dangriga say, we undo the bus system, everybody, no, that can't happen, work, this, and that, and he steadfast, we undo it, we consult, we join, not all of them join, but when they find out that he work, they will make sure that it happens. I'm proud of him for that, because not anybody wants to go through, not everybody wants to go through that. But it is important. We will have issues. So, what did we decide to do after? We say, all right, we have the swing bridge going on the same time as Belcan approximately. So we needed, originally they had some bicycle paths and pedestrian crossings temporarily done in the design to be able to have it there when the project is being done. But we learned from the Michael Espat Bridge in Toledo that people not just want to bicycle across the river, they not just want to walk across the river, they want their vehicles, and they were saying the buses that takes the children to school to be able to cross during the construction period. So at the Hayes Lane Junction, and my apologies for the gentlemen and ladies that are not from Belize City. The Hayes Lane Junction is where you come out from the Holy Redeemer Credit Union towards the river. That is where we will put, or where the original temporary bridge would have been placed. We convinced the Prime Minister that instead of doing a temporary bridge, let's do a permanent bridge The cost is about maybe 20% more of the temporary bridge, or maybe a little bit more, maybe 25%. But we will leave it after the swing bridge is completed as a permanent concrete crossing, vehicular crossing. We are debating right now if it should be a single lane or a double lane. The constraints will be the cost and the accessibility. Is there enough land? Is there enough space? Because we have to acquire land. We are in negotiations right now with the landowners in that area because government has a right. When government decides you will build a bridge or you will build a road, government has the right to public acquisition and go in and say, this will be acquired for government, but sometimes it's unfair because the payments are not received right away on a short relative term. Some people take 20 years, more than that, to collect. So, to not be unfair with the property owners, we are trying to negotiate to be able to come to a figure that is within the budget or close to the budget and that the Ministry of Finance will approve. So that would be one of the ways that we will alleviate traffic. Then you come to Belcan. The same thing happens. We are doing a crossing right after the CFU, on the right-hand side of the CFU, to cross to Belize City. All of this is being done to be able to alleviate traffic. And the only thing he said that was truthful is that there will be other bridges within this project. You have a bridge in Hattieville that needs to be done. You have another one coming to Belmopan that needs to be done. You have the Burton Canal Bridge that needs to be built. So all of these will have to be the same thing. The Burton Canal Bridge will have to build a temporary bridge until that is complete. We have done this all over the country. We have done it in the coastal, we have done it in Caracol. The only difference is that those roads are not as trafficable as this one, so we have to be more careful. The contracts have been awarded. The one for Swing Bridge has been awarded because that's as part of the grant. The Japanese government, as part of the speculation, said that they wanted the contractor to be a Japanese contractor. So they will be building the bridge in Japan, shipping it down, and our responsibility is to demolish the swing bridge and clear the area for them so that when they come, they don't have any obstruction. I could go on. There's a lot more on this bridge, but... So, Belcan Bridge. Huh? To which one? Belcan, yes. The phase one has been, the contract has been signed, which is Cisco Construction from Belize City to, they were the ones that won the contract. The Belcan Bridge, only one, Cisco again was the only contractor that put in a bid. So it was put out to tender for over a month. I think that one takes a lot of expertise. And so only one company put in the bid. It is in the evaluation process right now, which will go to the Ministry of Finance and the Contractor General to make sure that we do. I just wanted to explain another thing to the gentleman. I know you're throwing a lot of stuff all over the place, but every project that the Ministry of Infrastructure does has to go through the procurement process. It is, you know, leader of the opposition, it has to go to bid. Everything over $50,000 should go to bid. These projects go out to bid. There is an evaluation team that is formed locally by various ministries. That evaluation is sent to the IFIs, who are the lending agencies. They have another team that evaluates it. If they have a concern, they come back and tell you, no, we're not concerned, where they going with this one, you sure the insurance and it got good, whatever they. And most people are of the understanding that anybody can build or bid on these projects. It is not so. The requirements are as such that a company that pre-qualifies has to have, one, the technical experience on staff. Two, they have to be able to do projects of similar magnitude and similar amounts in a certain period of time. They have to be able to get the insurance coverage done properly so that it can be done. So in Belize, if I am not mistaken, there are only 4 or 5 companies that have the possibility of bidding on these projects. What has changed since the 25 years that the gentleman was speaking of? In the past, not much attention was placed to local contractors having the ability to bid. Why? Because they used to leave it open to the IFIs to tell you the specifications of what they want, and it was done in such a way that our local contractors would have never had the ability to bid. They do it in such a way, I forgot $100 million spent in 2 years, or stuff like that, that makes our contractors automatically out of the list. We have fought, not only when I have been at MIDH, but it has been coming for some time now, that we are convincing the IFIs, based on historical positive work that has been done, that our contractors have the capability. When our contractors do not have the technical expertise, they are allowed to import the specific technical expertise to satisfy that specific need. Financing, not all the contractors, in fact, maybe none of them have the cash flow to be able to deal with this project right away. So what has been allowed is that 1 or 2 or 3 companies can join up to create a team to be able to bid on these projects. So the member from Queen Square might have the technical expertise. The member from Albert might have the financial capability. I don't think the member from Mesop would be able to add anything to that, but that would give you the ability to be able to bid on certain projects. Huh? Well, the man said no pay the work. I hope you never tell her that, madam. No, the man said that we shouldn't pay the government employees. And I watch you, leader of the opposition, and I say, can't be traced. Sorry. Can't be you advise him for not pay the public servants of this country. That's what he said. You never there, I'm there. No, but I never talk about yesterday, history, I'm going to talk about what he said today. Did he not say that? He said that we shouldn't be paying the public servants that high amount of money because it puts a strain on the budget. He said no. Yes, salaries are a reality that we have to deal with. But that can't take away from moving the economy forward. So what will happen if you don't pay the doctors? CEO, what would happen if you don't pay the police officers? What would happen if you don't pay the nurses? What would happen if you don't pay the workers at the treasury? What will happen, deputy, if you don't pay your people for lands? And that's what I am saying. It is irresponsible posturing that I think you need to speak to him, leader of the opposition. You have to lecture. Because they one term era rep, they're not a real asset. When in the music industry, we call it one hit wonder. All right, then we go to what we have done in Belize. Philip Golson Highway overlay, which is between Buttonwood Bay Boulevard to the roundabout. That was done and completed for a value of $2.4 million. That overlay, and I need to clarify. There are projects like the George Price Highway, which is a complete rehabilitation of the road. It means that you dig up all the asphalt, you take up all the sub-layers of material, you test it, and then you start putting on layer after layer of compacted material until it reaches a certain level of resistance to be able to hold the pavement. Then there is the resurfacing, which we have done. Now, resurfacing is only to put a layer of asphalt on top of the existing road line. That's what we are doing right now in the south, from Dangriga all the way to Independence. Now, what's the difference? The rehabilitation is the most expensive because it's the main road. You build bridge, you build drains, you change the elevation of the road, you're doing everything. The second one is much less expensive but has some deficiencies in it because you are relying on the existing structure to be able to resist And sometimes there are areas, for example, I can give you an example. The Southern Highway that is now the Ramos Highway, we have a section that we did going towards Siltgrass that has experienced some potholes. And then we say, why are these potholes there? We sent in engineers from our ministry, we brought in some foreign engineers to look at it, and there seems to be a spring or water at the bottom that makes the bottom layers not be able to be compacted as much. So we have, and the people that drive the Southern Highway can tell you, we have ripped up a section that we had done previously to make sure that we now do the full rehabilitation of going all the way to the bottom and bringing it back up for full compaction. Now, that is being responsible. We are not running away from it. We are addressing it. We have a good working relationship with all our contractors, which you have a certain time frame where you have the limited liability, like a warranty, if you want to call it, where they come in and if there is an error, they rectify. If it is not their fault, then we sit down and negotiate. But the excellent working relationship that we have with most of our contractors, they don't have a problem working along with us to try to solve the problem. And that's what we are doing. We're not running away from it. We are solving the problem as we go along. Lucky Strike to Mascal Road upgrading project. That is 75% complete. That is in the new speaker. That is about $5 million. So that should be completed this year, 13 kilometers. And for my dear senior minister from Belize Rural Central, we did the Hattieville Boulevard for her and some main villages roads. She is happy, except that she wants the center area to be with garden. You know how to do it again? Okay, well, that's good. And because of that, we are also doing 3 streets for her in the Vista Del Mar area, which are about to be completed. That shares between the Honorable Francis and Dolores, and we have 3 streets that we are paving in the Vista Del Mar area. Again, we are doing the Sebastian and Bermudan Landing. These are bridges that were neglected for so many years. And so we are doing 2 steel bridges in the Belize River Valley, the Sebastian known as Muscle Creek, and the Bermudian Landing Bridge. And so those will be completed pretty shortly. Then we have the Philip Golston Highway Upgrading Project. This is from the Philip Golston International Airport to Biscayne Village. 24.5 miles. Now this one is a little bit more complex because it will involve some roundabouts that are necessary, especially in the Lords Bank area and the Ladyville area. And for those that are driving that highway, you will notice that there is a major drainage system going in throughout the Ladyville and the Lords Bank area with sidewalks and everything. Why am I mentioning this? It wasn't this meeting, the past meeting, the member from MESOP said the price of a road per mile. It's difficult for one to say the price per, remember people used to say, oh, it costs $1 million a mile per road to build. It's like when somebody say it costs you $300 per square foot to build a building. It is a guide. Why am I saying it's a guide? Roads are different. If I build a road in the Cayo district with the solid foundation, limestone rock, I have a good foundation. The level of work that I need to do to bring up that level of resistance is less than if I would build a road in Gungulum, for example, where sadly we are in swamp. Or Belamaf is, no, you could start 3, 4, 5, anyone on it. There's a road in Belama that we have helped the minister, and he has helped himself for countless years, and you put material, and you put material, and you put material, and you go back and you just done. And so those roads take considerable much more resources to build than a regular road. And if the road between that mile, if you have 3 bridge or 2 bridge or 1 bridge or no bridge, it changes the value of the per mile. So don't make nobody come here and tell you, oh, I could build a road for $1 million a mile, and I could do this and I could do that. It is not true. And that's why I don't try to be who I'm not. I don't try to change the world or criticize unnecessarily. I know I say what I want to say. I know I say it. I know I say it. I promise you I know I say it. But one should be responsible, especially as politicians and area representatives. We have to be responsible with what we say. The ones that are here with 3, 4 terms and more, we have learned quite rapidly, and we try not to offend people with lies. The one-hit wonders, well, that's another story. So the Philip Golson Highway project is to be completed 2027. And then you have the Kaya district. The George Price, well, I already mentioned the George Price. No, Kaya district. We are doing the San Ignacio to the entrance of Benqueviejo. That has been completed. $56 million. That was a full rehabilitation. And we ended up concreting the area between that passes through the village of Sokots. Why was that done? Instead of asphalt, we decided to go concrete. Well, we had the experience in the coastal where there was serious deforestation and the flooding was starting to come up higher than we were. Even the 30-year mark was telling us that we ended up concreting certain sections so that if the water goes over, it doesn't undermine the road. And so we made a decision to concrete the entire area beside the river in the Sokots area, and anybody that doesn't believe what I'm saying can travel that highway and you will see. And the reason for it is that when the Mopan River gets high, it will go across, but it will not damage the road. We also, with some savings in that area, we did some work in the Kontiki area. We did a couple streets in San Ignacio to be able to assist them with some of the savings that we had from that one. I don't hear nobody talk about savings. You don't talk nothing about savings. He doesn't tell you that this project from San Ignacio to Benqueviejo was possible through the savings that we had with the Caracol Road. So we saved all this money from the Caracol Road, which was, I have it here. I'll get that number, but the savings that we got from the Caracol Road enabled us to do this portion of the road. Remember the savings that we had from the Remate? We were able to pave some roads in Orinjoak and Corozal. The Belcan Bridge, remember we had considerable saving. The construction part of the Belcan Bridge, we saved $3 million. The design phase, we saved about $27 million, giving us a saving of approximately $30 million in just the Belcan Bridge from the design to completion. Then we have the Caracol Road upgrading project. That is another project that we inherited. That is the project that when I was in opposition, had a concern with. That we were spending $100 million on a road that was, in our opinion, not a priority road. We were not arguing against the fact that the road is necessary. We were arguing that it might not have been priority. But the contract was signed, the work was ongoing, We continued the supervision and we ensured that the final product is up to specifications. Anybody that has any doubt, please drive the road, and you have two entrances. You could come in from San Ignacio by the Ministry of Infrastructure Development has a cutoff to go in there, or you can take the other road by Georgeville, all of them paved, to be able to reach the ruin of Caracol. Then, I mentioned this already, but we did the Bullet Tree Village to Spanish Lookout Road, and we are doing the bridge that joins the Santa Familia area to San Ignacio, Santa Elena. We've also done the low-lying bridge. Whoever has visited the Cayo district recently know that we had this wooden low-lying bridge. The bridge, technically, if you speak to the engineers, they say it's not necessary. We built the major investment for the bridge that goes through Santa Elena, so there is no need for the low-lying bridge. So that was the recommendation given to us. But we did not accept that recommendation because who want to tell anybody that Santa Elena or San Ignacio that I got a low-lying bridge? It has become cultural. It is part of the market. It is what drives the economy in downtown San Ignacio. And so we decided, something, we're not fight it. We're going to raise it a bit so that you can have canoes and stuff go under. We will reinforce it and build it with concrete, and that was done and completed already. Highland Estates. I mentioned it before because I had to rebut, but we spent $755,005.08 on building the bridge at G&W. Concrete bridge, elevated, so that water flows, and there is no flooding in that area since we have done the bridge. Yeah, Minister could verify. G&W Road, we spent $2,054,904.76 to be able to complete that. All of these projects were put out to tender. We put water all the way to Highland, and by doing that, we provided water for this whole stretch of road that we built. That cost us $250,000 approximately. And then we brought in electrification, which cost us approximately $210,000 to $215,000, because the electricity had reached a point, but it wasn't enough to go to the end. So we built 50 houses, we paved the road, we built the bridge that was a major, major problem in Belmopan, right, Honorable? Yes, major problem. I mean, flooding was I mean, and some people might think a little bit of flooding. You need to talk torrents of water. The pressure was high. You couldn't pass. And even the people that had land around there used to say, "Oh, my land no value nothing, I can't reach it, and it flood and this." And no, please, I invite you all to go back there. No, we got problem. I hear you. We build the road, but we not teach the people how to drive a cycle, and so they go fast and then crash up. Now everybody they ask you, they want to be like Placencia, and they want a speed bump everywhere. Every village they ask me for like 10 speed bump. Every road they want a next 50 speed bump. It is a problem. The infrastructure cannot teach people how to drive. No, we as government, you as opposition, we as a country, we as family, we have to understand that we have to have a certain level of responsibility and discipline to be able to save lives. The CEO and the minister are doing everything. That's why I tell you, I saw the police checkpoint. Why? Because they are trying to enforce the minimum requirements, Please make sure you got your insurance. Please make sure you got a license. If I mean me, I'd make sure that they know how to drive. I represent a rural community. I know how motorcycles are important for the livelihood of our people. Before motorcycles, they had a difficult time going to work. They had a difficult time going to school. They had a difficult time bringing out their produce to market. They had a difficult life. These inexpensive motorcycles, because a cycle it costs you about $2,000 to $4,000 more or less, while before it may cost you over $20,000, $30,000, have given the impoverished people and rural residents of this country power to produce, power to feed their families. But like everything we do in life, there is always a positive and a negative. With this power, you feel like you don't have to go through the system. Oh, I know. Chester no arrest me because they way back a bush. Well, Chester guy people way back a bush. No, I know that. yeah. We have to be responsible. Why do we have the insurance on vehicles? That's in case you crush somebody and they get seriously hurt or there is monetary loss, that there is something that can replace it. But you cannot ever replace your life. And so I am pleading to everybody, every Belizean citizen, and we have to take the lead, and we are. We have to be enforcing the law a little bit more when it comes to that. And education is important so that people can be aware of the responsibilities that happens with that. But yes, with new road, you got faster vehicles. In the rural, I don't know in the city, remember from Albert, but in the rural community, then by take off the muffler. And they don't make you sleep. They're like, and the racing, the young guys are using their road for race. And so we have to realize that these are realities and work towards it. So you can come and say, oh, this and this and this, but we have to work as a team. And we have to realize that with every positive thing that you do, there are some negative components that you have to address. That's life. Your family run away, the schools run away, nothing is perfect. Nothing is perfect. But you have to have the mindset to go to work. You have to have the mindset to try to solve the problems. You have to have the will to get it done. Another project that was done, you're in it. The Speaker of the House was instrumental in seeking finance, convincing the Prime Minister and the government. I think the clerk was also instrumental in this, to get a lobby for a budget to renovate this extremely important building. This was given to us to be able to execute. We executed. You're here now. You can see for yourself. And we are proud. Schools, we built the Lady of Fatima School in Roaring Creek that was inaugurated 2 weeks ago. It was a huge success, a very positive. Internationally, it's called Roaring Creek. Locally, Rolling Creek. My home village. My home village. This school was built in 1962 and was not renovated, remodeled, painted, fixed. And we used to have, all our elections are there. So we know it because all the polling stations, when they close, everybody from all the villages come to that school and we count the votes there. And when you count the vote, you look up and you see the rat butt and everything, and the zinc, the rotten, and the heat. And I said to myself, how is it possible that a child the age of 5 to 13 can observe positive information when the environment in which that person is functioning is inhuman? The zinc hot, kind of no insulation. The fans are not working. The window can't open. The bathroom not work. And so we made a commitment. And we fulfilled the commitment. Gladly in the budget, I requested, the only request is for another school to be built in Kamalote. And we have no, once you approve it, Leader of the Opposition, we will be able to build a school in Kamalote. I defend for you, Leader of Opposition. I defend for you.
Good village.
And when I wrap up, I want to talk about Kaya, so I explain to you what we did. So, And when you approve it, you know, then we attack. Stan Creek, I mentioned the Thomas Vincent Ramos Highway that we are working on. We did the Hummingbird to Hopkins Junction, we did work on all of that. We had some problems that we encountered in the Hopkins Road, the road that goes into Hopkins. Again, if you notice, that road goes over a swamp, a savanna and a swamp. And certain sections of the road had deteriorated. We went in, we fixed it, we brought it up to level, and it's not completed, meaning we know that with time it will go down again and we'll have to go back and deal with it. Because the alternative to do it permanently is millions and millions and millions of dollars of driving piles and doing a concrete causeway, which at this point in time we don't have the resources to do, but we will make sure that you can drive safely, and go there and see that it is an excellent road paved to drive on. My bedroom from Dangriga, we did the Commerce Bight Road, right? And I publicly apologized to him. I haven't had the time to be able to inaugurate that road. I know how important it is. That's not just a road. It leads to a port, a cruise terminal in the future that I believe can boost the economy of Dangriga. Oh, I hear that you got BPOs now, right? Dangriga is the place, it seems the gentleman is working really hard, and so we invested in that. There will be other projects that we will be doing. Placencia. Placencia needs a lot of work, but we were able to pave and concrete a portion of the end of the village from where the pier is, coming close to Atlantic Bank, and that was concreted. And we are doing a bicycle path from Maya Beach all the way to Placencia. Right now, they have gone through St. Bite Village. They are now by the curve, by the airport, the airstrip, and that will go all the way to the village. Now, what has that done? In Placencia, we have a combination of things. We have local Belizeans that work there, from the managers to the caretakers, to the waitresses, to the accountants, to anybody that is in the tourism industry. They come from various villages. Some come from Bella Vista, Santa Cruz, St. Bite itself, and they need to be able to walk and bicycle safely to and from work. The tourists that come, we have to look at the future that we can prevent an accident, because if something like that ever happens, it affects the entire tourism industry and it affects lives. So it is more of a safety factor that was put in. It is a pilot project to see how it functions, and up to now, anytime I go down there, Mr. Speaker, I did talk to the leader of the opposition, but I should be addressing you. But she listened to me, so I talked to her. It is important that we look at these pilot projects to see how they function so that you can learn from them. And then we might have to go to Hopkins and do the same. And then go to another area to do the same. We are now implementing sidewalks as part of our main road infrastructure whenever they pass villages. I am proud to say that the first one that we did was between Roaring Creek and Kamalote. I was on the opposite side clamoring for that when they were doing that road, that the children that are walking from Roaring Creek to school and Kamalote are in danger because that road there, people drive pretty fast, and there are many schools. Kamalote School is on the highway, Roaring Creek School is on the highway, and the first thing we did when we came into government was do that bicycle path and pedestrian walkway in the area. It wasn't perfectly done, it was done with asphalt, it works. And in the morning, you think on the Belize City traffic? In the morning, stand up but the traffic only lasts, as I said, 15 to 20 minutes, maybe a half hour maximum. But when I tell you traffic, that all the vehicles coming from San Ignacio into Belmopan, it's it's a lot. And the children now walk and they ride their bicycle on the bicycle path. We have to think of our residents. We have to think of our tourists. Why do we think of our tourists? Well, the minister not there, but I think that over 60% of revenue in this country comes from tourism, so we can't ignore it. So that's one of the reasons why that was done. Toledo. The gentleman from Toledo, I don't know where he's there, but we did the Michael S. Spot Bridge. Before it was called the Joe Taylor Bridge, that was completed this last fiscal. It is an honor for me to have been able to take the lobby from the family and the constituents to the Prime Minister and Cabinet to be able to ask them if they would consider renaming the bridge after, how many terms, Mike, was there? 5, 6 terms? Not a one-hit wonder, 5 terms in government. And so it is an honor for us to have been able to be given the blessing by Cabinet to change 6 terms, right? Then we're doing the tax building in Punta Gorda for the Ministry of Finance. That is in process. That should be delivered in 2026. Then we get into housing. I don't tell a gentleman how much house we build for Anna mess up. So I think you should have a meeting with him, leader of the opposition, to give on the facts. We have the data. I don't know it personally, so I asked for it to be sent to me. And he has gotten, the mess up division has gotten 7 homes up to now. Now, this year, the budget for housing has been increased slightly. I would like to thank every single member of Cabinet. I'll tell you why. In every Cabinet meeting, and correct me if I'm wrong, Deputy, in every Cabinet meeting, the request that continues over and over and over and over is for us to increase the budget for housing. Because every area rep understands how important those starter homes are. So I don't take what the member from ESOP says in a positive light. Because we are changing lives one house at a time. And we're doing it in a responsible way. We're not giving them a house, 2, 3, 4 bedroom that they cannot afford to pay. That has been done in the past. And it has failed because there is no way somebody with a certain level of income or no income at all can afford to pay the mortgage of a house of that type. We would all want it to happen. But economically, it is not viable, and that's why we made a decision. This is a social program, heavily subsidized by the government of Belize, to be able to help people that have no opportunity or will never have an opportunity to own a house of their own. Now, the ones that criticize, like the member from MESOP, have, I don't know how much house, and I know you have building with government, but he rents to government, so he does not understand what it means to not have a roof over your head. And they ridicule the size. But we were not big up this thing that now a luxury home. We give you a well-built home, a starter home that has an indoor bathroom, shower, toilet, sink, a kitchen, a laundry space, a bedroom, and a nice sized room as your starter home. Now he would be one of the same one we got to States will want to buy one little tiny house. That's a fad right now. Let's build these tiny homes because in the States they are selling their mega mansions and now buying tiny homes because they say it's a more efficient way of living. So if the great United States can do something like that, why we can't start with a starter home? And what the starter home does, and I got the concept many years ago when I was in university, there are many programs, but one that we might be familiar with is one called Habitat for Humanity, where they come in and they work with the community, and the community puts some labor and they put some material with supervision, and the houses are built. We haven't gotten to that stage where the community has been able to understand the concept of community effort. So we have not gotten to the level where the communities come in and put the labor yet. But that's the dream. I think, you know, we are Ghanaian people who sell your thing on paper, and you don't believe it, so you don't invest, because you say, oh. So we took another approach. Let's build it. Let's start building it. Let's start showing people how it works. And then maybe, I think it's there now. Everybody wants one. And so if you want one and you criticize it, at the same time, something good is coming out of it. These are not regular prefab homes. We are not building any prefab homes. These are concrete structures. The roofing material is made so that it is hurricane resistant. It has insulation. It has electricity. It has water. It got a front door and a back door. It has aluminum louver windows that, when closed, form part like a shutter system. It has eaves. It has guttering. It has everything that a normal, well-built house would have, just in a smaller size. And we give them the whole set of plans to show them how you can increase the size of these houses to become the mansion that we all dream of. And we all dream of that. No, nothing is wrong with it. So, the capitalist mentality within our society would like, and the political mentality, would like to criticize a project like that and say, why are you getting a house? Why are you only pay 12,000? Why are you not going to work for it? But in developing countries like Belize, Mr. Speaker and Madam Leader of the Opposition, there are certain people that no matter what you do, cannot afford to own a house. And we want to give those people an opportunity in life. So the extra money now that they can save by not having to worry about a high mortgage, they can educate their children. They can invest in a project. They can better their lives. The deputy is best at explaining that, because he was part of experiencing that on his own. I learned it through university, because that was what we were trained to do. So, this is data I got. 40% of the recipients that we have built these houses for have already expanded. 40%. 90% of them have been paying. 90% have been paying.
Big deal.
I will call the area reps for the other 10%. But that's a good percentage to have. In Belize, what a pass? 70? In Latin America, passed a 51.
70, yeah.
In a politics, passed a what? 51.
50.1.
We are 90% compliant with the payback for these houses, and I am so proud of the Belizean people. Please give me a round of award for them. Of the houses, 70% are women, the recipients. And the other 30 are male, and a very small percentage is common law or married. Very small, like maybe 4%. So the large majority is what we had agreed upon, which is single mothers. The next 30% are single fathers, and the other one is combined. That's it's a good data to have. Houses that have been built. Belize district has received 227 houses. The Cayo district has received 170 houses. Corozal district has received 34 houses. Orange Walk district has received 49 houses. Stan Creek district has received 23 houses. And the Toledo district has received 15 houses. So what will we do this fiscal? I will turn it upside down. I will start from Toledo and Stanpick to give them the majority. We have to be fair. We have to be fair in the equitable distribution of the funds. And then we come to Kayo South, Mr. Speaker. The love of my life. This is the part that I normally get emotional, so it's a difficult one. I am an adopted child in Kayo South. The chairman of Roaring Creek here is witness to that. They adopted me because I was not born in Kayo South. I did not grow up in Kayo South. I don't want to come here. No doubt. But I don't happy come here. I don't stay here now. Why? The 13 villages in Kayo South has given me reason to fight. That's why I get kind of jumpy. So I apologize for a lot of that. It's reason to fight. My pledge to them was to better their quality of life while I was their area rep. What do I mean by bettering their quality of life? Improving their infrastructure. All rural. So if I got one paved road, not even one. One, improving their quality of life by infrastructure. Helping them to better their education. Bringing the utilities that they drastically need, electricity, water, which most of us take for granted. We are working on the crime situation. I cannot say we have a passing mark on that, but we are getting close. But it's a national problem, and we are working on it. Kayo South residents adopted me, showed me love, and in return, I can categorically state here that you can go to any village in Kayo South and look at the drastic changes that we are doing, and you'll have an idea of what I'm talking about. The constituency development fund that Kayo South receives is entirely used for infrastructure projects. We started with the rehabilitations of community centers within all villages. And from then, we started to go fences for schools. Right now, this term, I've made a decision we will invest in sporting facilities because that will minimize the crime. We are now building a softball field in Kamalote because the speaker before you, Mr. Speaker, who is the member from Belize Rural North, says that there is a national championship to be held in August and they want it in Kayo South. And so we will prepare the softball stadium at the level that they require for it to happen. Why is softball important in Kayo South? Because Kayo South had the Golden Girls. They were the ones that won the championships internationally, gold medals, all kind of medals. And somehow, during the time, they have dropped the level and we want to bring it back. The skill is there. It's just that they didn't have anything else. They didn't have the resources to work with. We have built schools. The Minister of Education has assisted us with school assistance, with scholarships. We now have people not only thinking of going to the farm, but they want to be architects, they want to be engineers, they want to be a prime minister. Prime Minister, you were at the inauguration of the one in Fatima. What did the child say? You want to be prime minister? You want to be you. You want to be Cordell. You want to be you, Madam Speaker. Leader of the opposition. And that's what I want them to aspire to be. I want the rural communities to be able to reach the level of the urban communities when it comes to quality of life, when it comes to education, when it comes to infrastructure, because all of we pay the same tax, all of we breathe the same air. The passport means that all of us are equal. And that is the mission that we are on, to make sure that all of that happens. I believe we have done a fairly decent job. And why can I say that? The first election, the people voted us in with a difference of 1,000 votes approximately. The second election, we won by a difference of 1,500 votes approximately. The third election, we won by a difference of 3,000 votes approximately. And the last election, we won by a difference of approximately 4,000 votes. Now, that has nothing to do with Julius Espat. It has to do with the working relationship that one has with the people that you represent. It has to do with getting up the night, praying a little bit, and asking for humility, giving thanks. Why? Because I have said it, we are blessed as area reps. All of us in here are blessed as area reps. People look up to us. People expect that we will do the work. They expect nothing less. And the day we can't do that, then somebody else will be given that task. I am honored that Kayo South has given me the opportunity. I am honored that the Prime Minister still allows me to be a part of his government. We have a good working relationship. It is not perfect. Nothing in life is perfect. You have differences of opinion, but that makes the team stronger. When you have positive criticism. And so, to the softball man, come back, Mr. Speaker. I would like to just again give my thanks to Kayo South, give my thanks to the Belizean people. Thanks to you, leader of the opposition, for being the leader of the opposition. I hope and pray you remain there. With that, I would like to say, have a good day.
I recognize the member from Dangriga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honorable Ramiro for yielding. And in return, I promised that I would cut short my presentation. So I was working and cutting out quite a bit. No, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will respond in a bit to some of the misguided and comments from the member from MESOP that he sadly made earlier. Unfortunately, it's already in the records, so I don't know that I have any influence to expunge them, no? Because that's what I'd like to do. But I'm coming to that in a bit. So a pleasant good evening to everyone, colleagues, one and all. It is my pleasure to rise today on behalf of our wonderful people of the Dangriga constituency in support of the General Revenue Appropriation 2026-27 Bill 2026 as presented by Prime Minister John Briceño 2 weeks ago on March 10th, 2026. I'll first get into some of the matters related to our ministry and then highlight the wonderful work that has been done under the creation of the National Bus Company, and then, of course, go over to matters related to the Dangriga constituency. Our ministry, the Ministry of Constitution and Religious Affairs, Indigenous Affairs and Transportation, is poised under this year's budget to receive considerable support, and we are grateful to our Prime Minister John Briceño and his team for allocating those additional funds to us so that we could work, we could engage in this very important endeavor. We have quite a bit of affairs, if you will: constitution, religion, indigenous, and of course transportation affairs. I don't know if I am worthy of the high honor just bestowed upon me by the member from Kayo South, where he gave me a lot of godly praise, but I will try my best in these remarks to live up to those extremely high expectations. Our ministry is led by our CEO, the well-known Mr. Chester Williams, who has come into the ministry very energized, and in fact is responsible to have lobbied for a lot of the funding that we have in this budget. And so we are really grateful for that influence that he has brought to bear on the resources of the ministry, and his leadership is already very clear. Joining him, of course, we have our directors, Director Analog, Director Janelle Neal, Director Gustavo Requena, responsible for each of the different areas, and an awesome team at the ministry. Under Constitution Affairs, we were able to accomplish quite a bit from last year's budget that was still available after the last elections. We were able to coordinate and facilitate high-level presentations with the Farmer PCC, and this is under Constitution Affairs, the Farmer PCC chairs and technical thematic committee representatives. As you know, they were charged with going across the country and getting the views of our Belizean people with respect to constitution reform. I'd like to thank the predecessor, Minister Usher, who led the formation of that committee, and now we have in place the recommendations, 167 of them, that we're working through, working closely with the Attorney General to be able to make a presentation to our cabinet, as we've just received independent legal analysis from constitutional experts. We continue to work on internal coordination within the ministry on these matters, and our whole approach is to ensure that we operate under transparency, that it's evidence-based, and that we have genuine consultations. Under religious affairs, we have already facilitated engagement with the Council of Churches, the evangelical churches, and the Muslim community. And we have discussed a number of areas of partnership where included, of course, is the church-state system, but our religious partners have indicated that there are other areas in which they believe that based on the work they're doing that we can collaborate, such as in the areas of poverty alleviation, civic leadership, and general governance. Under indigenous affairs, we engaged very swiftly and worked with the leaders, the Maya Leaders Alliance and the Toledo Alcaldes Association to ensure that we had a very clear understanding of where things were at that time. Early in this term, we've had significant dialogue with them, and we've been able to, we hope, over that time to have turned down the temperature a bit so that we could listen and understand each other. Of course, this is a very delicate matter because we have the CCJ consent order and we have in the Toledo district other third-party landowners and non-Maya communities. So the best way for us moving forward has been to engage in genuine consultations and discussions, and that engagement continues. With respect to transportation, we have embarked on a modernization program that is looking specifically, in this case, at the intercity bus sector. I will come to that in a bit in more detail. But besides that, we are also looking at strengthening enforcement and compliance, improving road safety, and regulatory oversight. We're working closely with our partners in the police department. I want to thank the minister responsible for the police and his CEO for working closely with us on these very important matters. I'm grateful to our cabinet who has approved the increase in human resources for our traffic wardens, that will see an increase from about 45 wardens to about 200 wardens, and that's a significant increase for us. I think among us here, we do have some of our wardens in-house, and I want to thank you all for coming in, for being here with us, and for your hard work every day out there in the hot sun. Thank you very much for your service to Belize. We've also been approved additional vehicles for us to be able to ensure that we can have effective enforcement across the country. A big part of the work has been the training of our traffic wardens and training of wardens from the municipalities as well. I've had the privilege of attending 4 of the graduations from these 3-week trainings. And I can report that our people feel empowered after those trainings. In the past, we were taking on wardens without the appropriate training. They were not fully trained and having the relevant competencies to be able to conduct the work, the very difficult work that they have. So thanks again to the police department for collaborating with us on that, and I congratulate the traffic wardens for being engaged diligently in these matters. I will pause here for a minute because I think this is very important. In discussions, in our talks with our wardens and the other persons that work within the Department of Transportation, we recognize that this is a difficult task because it has to do with people. We're dealing with people, we're dealing with the personalities, the character, of our citizenry. And so we know that being able to make these kinds of transformations is not easy. And so behavioral change is at the heart of those trainings. And this is something that we ask the public, the general Belizean public, to work with us, because before we can ask anybody to change, we have to look at ourselves in the mirror. We have to start with our own selves. And that is what we have done. That is what our party is about. That we say, okay, these are the areas in which we need to improve. And we show by action that we are taking those steps to be able to make those improvements. And then we ask others to join in and also engage. Very quickly, I will share that one of the lessons I'll never forget. I was returning home from a conference in Barbados early in the morning. It was around 4:30, everybody going to the airport. And we have the line of cabs. Those people who attend the conferences would know. So you could get in a cab, you just jump in, the first 3 get in and they move on. Anyway, we have a line, and this is at 4:30 in the morning, and the light is red. And all the cabs have stopped at the light. And the person beside me proceeds to want to scold the driver, to tell the driver, why would he stop here? Oh, let me try my Caribbean accent. Why are we stopping here so early in the morning? We got to get to the plane, man. Let's move on. Well, for the next 15, 20 minutes on the way to the airport, we were schooled by that taxi driver, telling us that when the lights are red, it means stop. It means that we stop whether it is 3 in the morning or 3 in the afternoon. It means that we must be law-abiding. It means that if we want to see prosperity, all of us as citizens must understand that there are certain rules and regulations that we must all follow, right? That we must respect authority. So these are the kinds of things that we're asking our community to take heed of, that we have to do this as a country. It cannot be done just by government. It cannot be done just by our traffic wardens or by the Ministry of Transportation or the police department or whoever. We all have to do this together. Then I'd also like to share that we are very grateful for the $2.4 million allocated to us for the rehabilitation of the Belize City and Belmopan bus terminals. That will have huge and tremendous improvement for our commuters. Ladies and gentlemen, this budget is a budget for transformation. It is, as I would have, if I had more time, I cut out that whole section, Honorable Ramiro, on sustainable human development, so you know how I take this very seriously, right, with my time, right? And so I wanted to make sure that at least I mentioned that this is a sustainable human development budget because it addresses the needs of people in very many different dimensions. On the legislative and policy reform side, we have amended the Motor Vehicle Third-Party Insurance Act just in the last meeting of the House. I want to publicly thank the member for Belmopan who stood up and supported that as the minister responsible for national security. I also want to thank the opposition. They all, in a very rare move, supported the bill. And so we are grateful for that. I think there are many things that we can find in common where we can come together and support for the development of our country. We have also had amendments to the transport at border points regulation, removing axle fees for our registered trucks, helping our truckers to be able to conduct business in a smoother way. There are a number of other legislations. I will just read them off that we've been working on: tinted windows, breathalyzers for drunk driving. We've worked with the Kikaka traffic control regulations, and a number of traffic violations for which we have increased the fines. Now I come to the National Bus Company, and I must address the comments made by the member from Mesopotamia. I don't know if he's left the building or if he's still here. He promised me that he would have stood up and heard my remarks based on what he said, but I don't see him. Hopefully he's either listening on the radio or maybe in his room at the back with the leader of the opposition. He's already gone, okay. Aye. He said that all across the country that there are no license plates, no decals, people are waiting in long lines to get these things. Now, we will admit that that was the case before, but our team has worked very hard to change that, and in fact now it's a difference between day and night now with the service that people are getting at our traffic department offices. It doesn't mean that things don't slip through the cracks. Because of the discipline that our CEO is putting in place, the people who work at these offices have to ensure that they report back in a timely way how many license plates have been given out, matching them up and sending that information to headquarters. Then they get another issuance after that. So There have been times in which they have been delinquent in their work, and we are going to ensure that those rules that we put in place are followed by everybody across the country. And so instead of the characterization that our good friend from Mesopotamia said, that it's about poor management, on the contrary, what is happening now is that we have excellent management and excellent leadership across our entire country. He also mentioned that all our staff are looking to leave, right? That their morale is low because they don't have toiletries and they can't do their work. Again, he wanted to go back, he said, in history 25 years ago. So maybe that's what he's remembering. 25 years ago, how it used to be. But that is not how it is now. Now we are ensuring that they get their supplies in time, and maybe from time to time there could have been a delay, but we want to make sure that that is clear to the public. Unfair hiring of staff, he said, and that the CEO and the minister are weaponizing the media. No, I don't understand what that means, right? I think, it wasn't in context. And probably that is correct, PM, yeah. And you see, because we know we have a very vigorous media in this country. It's a big insult to our media for him to suggest that myself and our CEO would be able to use the media to bring harm upon the public. That is how I would interpret it, that we are bringing harm upon the public because we're using the media. I would like maybe for him to reconsider what is really the situation. The situation is, on the contrary, that the media is watching closely all the great things that we're doing on this side, and that they come and they engage with us, and when they hear, the member from Queen Square gone too. I don't know, they can't take the truth, but anyway, the media, on the contrary, wants the truth. They want to understand what is going on, and we engage with the media. We engage with our media in a truthful way, and when there are certain things that they criticize us properly on, we are the first to say that we are going to try harder to make these changes. The media has an important role to play. And so, on the contrary, what he is interpreting is that the media is exposing to the public the great things that we're doing, especially in the Ministry of Transportation. That is what he's seeing. So let me not get into all the other things, but with respect to the National Bus Company, he is saying that he has evidence that the National Bus Company now has its buses running on the times of other buses, or other bus operators. I asked him to please bring that evidence, and I hope he's able to do that. Because you see, it is so sad when we're in a new term, we want a strong opposition, we want people who will be there, not relying on misinformation or lies, but putting us to the test. Let them bring the facts and let us argue about policy, debate about policy and these kinds of things. And when we see this kind of behavior, I have to agree with our leader, with our Prime Minister, how disappointing it is when these things happen. He wants to know who are the directors, who are the managers. I asked him to just lean right over to his colleague from Queen Square, who we invited at the ministry to give them a full, complete presentation on the creation and on the status of the National Bus Company. His colleague from Queen Square was good enough to come. There was one of his senator colleagues from the opposition who came, and we took 2.5 hours, and we explained everything. They asked their questions. So I don't know if there's a communication issue or what is really going on, but I am truly disappointed that he did not get an update on what we presented to the opposition. So we consult with everybody. We don't have a problem to share our information with whoever it is. That might, again, PM, thank you, your wisdom. Yeah, it's helping me to understand something that seems quite incomprehensible, right? Now that makes sense. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Bus Company is indeed something that we in the first instance, I want to commend sincerely on behalf of our entire ministry, on behalf of certainly this side of the House, on behalf of certainly this side of the House, I would like to commend first and foremost the operators, the 17 operators who decided on their own accord that this was the best way to go after months and months of discussion. They're the ones who made the decision. And the proof of the pudding is in the eating, right? That is when you know. And so we have been able to make significant progress. We started on the 1st of March. We now have the 17 operators. Yes, there's been challenges, no question about that, where we have 17 cultures, if you will, trying to come together under one umbrella. But we have a great team. We have a great team of people who have been hired by the National Bus Company, supported by the ministry, who are working on HR matters to be able to bring everybody together. We also have issues with equipment, because we have said that there's a transition period from March 1st to August 31st, 6 months. And then we will start to see the advent of electric buses. And really, even the media in an interview a little earlier said, you know, give us an update. Well, it's now we're in our 4th week. We're about to have our 4th payroll on a weekly basis. We do payroll, and the workers are beginning to see that things are taking shape, and that there's a great future under the National Bus Company. I want to thank, of course, the cabinet who have supported, who have asked tough questions about what we are doing, and they have, every single one of them, all of my colleagues, every one of them have given 100% support, and I'm truly grateful for that support. I want to read, ladies and gentlemen, what was read by the minister from Freetown, the Arab from Freetown, and a minister responsible for our international affairs. For those who may have missed it, he said that through coordination with partners, including the Embassy of Taiwan, Belize has advanced engagement on electric mobility initiatives, including collaboration with electric bus manufacturers and the planned acquisition of electric buses for the Belize National Bus Company. These efforts support sustainable transportation and infrastructure development under Plan Belize. And I'm very pleased to report to you all that the funding for 75 buses, thanks to the leadership of our Prime Minister and the support of Cabinet, that is now in place, and we are going to move forward with our electric bus project. I want to, we are working very hard. I want to thank everybody who has been involved. I want to thank Excellency Lund is here from UNDP. Thanks for being here with us. The pilot project in Belize City and the one on our highways has been very, very instrumental in guiding us, in providing us information on how to move forward with moving to full electric buses. So I'd like to thank you, Excellency. Please pass it on to the European Union for the support that has been offered to us. So I can go on and on, because this is something that we're very proud of in terms of everybody. There's so many people who have participated and have given their support for this important initiative. I just want to ask the public, the Belizean public, to please continue to give support, the commuters, to give support. You will be gradually beginning to see the improvements at the terminals, the improvements with service from our people. It will not happen overnight. And we did give ourselves up to the end of next year, 2027, for us to have that complete transition, in which we will also be working on building new terminals where we don't have terminals. In Punta Gorda, in Orange Walk, In San Ignacio and in Benquevejo del Carmen, we're planning to build brand new terminals. And the one in Belize City will be moved to Chatamal Boulevard, and that will be the crown jewel for the entire bus system. So we are very, very proud of that. I also want to thank our financial advisor and his team, Mr. Pinello, and your group, who have been there with us from day one, working very hard and providing that very important technical assistance. Now I will close by moving to my beloved Dangriga constituency with your permission. The beautiful people of Dangriga, you've heard that, right? Coined, beautiful Dangriga, right? And I won't have the courage to, even the bravery to want to say something like, for example, the best people in the country are from the Dangriga constituency or something like that, no? Because I do believe that we have wonderful people across this country, right? Belize is made of beautiful people, north, south, east, and west. It just so happens that when you come to Dangriga, you feel a very special love, right? A love in which our own Deputy PM has said that that's his really... When you're the front, the people there is a home away from home, right? But we know for true that when you reach there, they're home, right? And then PM still claims to be a Grigalesian. So definitely we have people who know the love from Dangriga. Ladies and gentlemen, I really need to thank our excellent team who have worked so hard. You know, when we came to office in 2020, November 2020, we saw like an insurmountable mountain in front of us. My colleagues on this side have proven their worth because we got down to work. Our Prime Minister has led by example, and we in Dangriga started to chip away, one day at a time, one day at a time. We did not harass any of my colleagues for assistance. You didn't have me there sitting at their door every day. We just let them know that these are the things that we need in Dangriga, these are the things in the constituency Sarawi and Hope Creek that we have been waiting for so long. And between then and now, man, I am so grateful on behalf of our constituents for all that has been done by all of our colleagues here. We are truly grateful in the Dangriga, Sarawi and Hope Creek constituency. With respect to infrastructure, housing and transportation, just recently, thanks to Minister Rakena and the Ministry of Rural Development, Rural Transformation, we received a donation of pipes that would be used for the new water system in the Hope Creek area. I think it may have, that whole thing may have started in your transitory colleague there who was at the ministry, and we are very grateful to you and Mr. Galvez and your entire team, Minister. We look forward to the next step in which we will be getting the entire water system in place for Hope Creek and also for the area in Silgrass. We have, about 3 weeks ago, received our 12th starter home in the Dangriga constituency, and that was handed over in Sarawi. We are grateful to the Minister of Housing for sharing it up, and we're so happy to hear now that he will start the other way around now, south to north. And our people are so deserving of these homes that transform their lives. We continue to build and improve streets and drains in these new areas. We thank Minister Espat, MIDH, for the assistance that we have gotten. I want to thank my colleague from Stan Creek West. We have a project right besides his one, Rodsville, and he just built a very large, expensive drain that will be benefiting both areas. So I thank you, our friend from Stan Creek West. Thank you very much. Through the Constituency Development Fund, we've been able to invest quite a bit in the roads in these areas as well. So thank you, Prime Minister, for the Constituency Development Fund. And like we do lobby every time at Cabinet for housing, We will continue to lobby for more consideration for the Community Development Fund that has such a great impact for our people. The Commerce-Bight Port is on full steam right now. They are about to finalize their environmental compliance plan. You heard that the MIDH completed the $2 million road, $2 million invested on that road that passes in front of Holy Ghost School, in front of the BDF camp, in front of Ocean View, in front of Chista Garcia Auditorium, in front of about 15 Lakeland families, all the way through to the Williams family right next to the Commerce-Bight Port. And it also serves every month thousands of tourists who come and visit the quays in front of Dangriga, including Cocoplum, Tobacco Key, Southwater Key, and others. So that's a huge transformation for our community. And imagine, there were some people who were saying that the road was built by some other people, who knows who, right? Could you imagine that mentality? We have to really work with people who have that kind of delusion, because we need to help our brothers and sisters. We can't look at it negatively, right? We can't speak down to them. We have to, with the greatest love in our hearts, we have to be able to reach out to them and guide them and give them the truth so that they can follow at least a little narrower path if possible. The multipurpose park, we want to thank Minister Mala and the BTB for the assistance with the construction of that most magnificent investment in Dangriga. The first phase is almost completed and we hope to inaugurate it soon. You go there now, you see members of our community walking in the evening, taking strolls, exercising. It's just a very beautiful place, 10 acres. Thank you, DPM, for helping us with demarcating that area. Thank you, Minister Mala, for your investment with BTB. The second and third phases will start soon. We'll be having a big parking lot in front of the church and the school that will be used for a multipurpose, again, both for the church, for funerals, etc., for the Carl Ramos Stadium football activities. It will also serve, of course, for people who are visiting the park. Right in front of the school will be a nice playground that will be built as well. So we are really, really, truly excited about that park. Again, along the way, there were many who said that are just dreams and, you know, that will never happen. But we never got sidetracked by that, because we know that when we on this side make up our minds to make a transformation, we take the example from our Prime Minister and our leader, and we make things happen on this side. We don't talk, we act. When those 3 phases are completed, that investment will be over $5 million, because it will also include a convention center and a hotel on that site. And then, CEO, we want to also mention that we are grateful for the investment in the Dangriga bus terminal. We know that it was such a sight before. Now it's nicely painted. We had these squabbles about the color and all that. The bathrooms are now fixed. We have better seats for the commuters. And now, we now have a new run that is a national bus company run, fully legal, that now goes through the coastal road and saves our people 45 minutes on their way to Belize City and back from Dangriga. And more is to come. With respect to land, just a few weeks ago, what a beautiful ceremony we had for 28 families in the airstrip area. DPM was there with us. We also had the chairman of our party with us, and we were able to hand out 28 land titles to these families, many of them who are waiting for over 20 years for their land to be regularized. They all got their titles in their hands, and we're so proud and so grateful that we were able to make that happen. Because, again, they were saying that it would never happen. But in due course, it did happen, and we thank the members, the families for their patience. But at the end of the day, now they have their titles in their hands. And we will continue. We've identified a smaller area in Hope Creek that we hope to be able to subdivide for our people, and we know we have them on the waiting list. We just ask our people to please just continue to bear a little more patience, and we will do our very best. But we're truly grateful to the great public servants at the Ministry of Natural Resources who come to the people. They've come to Dangriga on numerous occasions and stay up late at night. So it is not true that our public servants are lazy. That is not true. We have seen it with our own eyes. When we have good leadership, our people will perform. And you'll see it, of course, with our wardens that are out there on our highways as well, and all the great people that work within our ministry. With respect to education, we're now completing the $1.4 million upgrade of the Stan Creek IT vet in Hope Creek. Again, a huge investment for our people. When we got there in 2020, the place was practically abandoned. We tried to find people that were on a student list and couldn't find them. And now, today, we can be so proud to say that there are over 225 students at the Stan Creek IT vet in Hope Creek. And ANRI is flying as well. We have been able to see ANRI in action now, not just a school that we've revived, the agriculture school in the district, but now they have been able to take their produce and start to donate it to the Southern Regional Hospital, because they know that this is part of what they do. They give back. And we are seeing them on the weekends in Dangriga. They're out there now selling their produce and learning to become entrepreneurs. This is what we want to see from our young people, and congratulations to everybody there at ANRI as well. I'd like to take a very short moment to say that we want to recognize the contribution of an ANRI teacher who just recently passed away, well known in the music community, well known certainly, very well known in the South, Alan Castillo, known as Baba Cass. He suddenly passed away at the age of 54 a few days ago. So our deepest condolences go to his family and friends. God rest your soul, Baba Cass. We were also able to assist Sacred Heart with the rebuilding of their classroom roof that was falling down, like what the member from Cayo South said at Rolling Creek. You know, we had a similar situation at Sacred Heart and in a number of our schools, and we're trying to help. We know and we use the Constituency Development Fund for that. We also want to thank the Ministry of Education for the contributions in the rebuilding of the special needs school at Holy Ghost Primary School in Dangriga. A huge investment that now we are able to provide proper education for our beautiful special needs children. And big up to those teachers who are teaching those special needs students. Those are amazing teachers who are able to undertake that amazing job. And so I want to close this part off with respect to education with another huge announcement. And well, it's been announced generally by the Minister of Education yesterday, but we know that we had fought for the South. We know that it was well placed in Southside for the free high school education program. And then the following year, we got ANRI and DeLille on the list. Well, I'm very pleased to say that in this new budget, ecumenical high school will be free. So big up to Minister Fonseca, big up to our Prime Minister, to all our members from the Cabinet who have been supportive of this idea of free education, and that we are making it happen across the country. The last thing I'd like to mention here is that I have the privilege of opening a physical building for BUILD, the Belize Unity Institute for Leadership and Development that I had founded in 2014. And we will be having an opening soon. BUILD will be focusing on competency-based education for our teachers, on practical certificate programs, and of course on sustainable human development education. So I look forward to support for that institute as we try to do our part to complement the great work that is being done by our government and our people. So, ladies and gentlemen, many initiatives going forward, and this can only happen when you have leaders who are genuine, leaders who, yes, hear a lot of criticisms and negativity, but we know that the one way you deal with that is by performing, by making things happen that have a positive effect on our people. And that's what we are made of on this side of the house. We are made of a material that ensures that we go forward, that we ask for God's blessings every day so that we can have the energy and the strength, that we go forward and we recognize the contributions of our families. So many of us on this end, and I want to join my colleagues in thanking my wife and my children for their contributions to the work that I have done. I want to compliment my colleagues on this side who have also done that, thanking their wives and their families for the contributions that they make, because without them, really, we cannot do what we do on a daily basis. So I will now close with that. I don't know if I kept my promise, my beloved friend, but I want to thank you all for the opportunity to share this with everyone, and certainly close off by giving our fullest support to this budget 2026-2027. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Sereme.
I recognize the member from Corozal Southwest.
Thank you. Good evening to my people of Corozal Southwest. I will endorse what my colleague Julius mentioned. Leader of the opposition, you look good there. Stay there. And why I say that? Because unity is very important. You see how we work here? It's unity. No matter, we have differences, yes, but by the end of the day, we work for our people, and that is very important. I want to give thanks to my people of Corozal Southwest for electing me for the third time. We represent them on this honorable house because we are the voice of them. And I will mention some achievement that we already did for these past 5 years. Because I sat down on that side when I heard the member of Mesopotamia saying that, they get nothing. Before, we no used to get nothing, I remember with my colleague Florencio, member of Corozal Southeast, when they took NHI, only Corozal Bay and Corozal North. They forget Corozal Southwest and Corozal East. And part of it. And now, PM, I can boost. Florencio Marin have one of the best clinic in Chunosh, NHI. And I will show off. San Narciso have one of the biggest surround that area. I spoke to the minister in charge of health. I mentioned to him, we need more doctors, we need more nurses, Libertad and San Narciso. We need ultrasound, we need x-ray. If we can go more than that, dialysis, I know it's expensive, but I think my people deserve that and more. And we're going to work for that. I know this budget, they criticize this budget. When I sat down that side, I remember the former PM. This is a budget with a B. Before was M, and he came with, this is a budget of a B. But what really the people get those 13 years? Now, look, they are desperate. They want to do strike. They want to call this. They want to call that. Man, I can testify that from down south to Corozal, from San Pedro to Benque, people are getting what they deserve. And make I give you a little bit of story. When I was Minister of State in Rural Transformation, my good friend, CEO Valentino Schall, and others. On one occasion, we walked from 5:30 in the morning to go to Machakilha, Harsh Trail. We arrived there around maybe 1. Thanks they gave the caldo. We get energy again. But this following budget, thanks to Minister Julius, now they have a road. Those students, they stopped come by horses. Now they have bicycle, even vehicles to move around. That is thanks to the Prime Minister, thanks to this government. And we're going to continue like that. Let us pass and give thanks to this Ministry of Rural Transformation. The amount of help, not only Corozal Southwest already get pipes, they get wells, farmers, we get pumps, we get a lot of benefits. Never in the UDP time we get those help in my constituency. Thank you again, Minister and CEO Schall. But I love my constituency. When my intention in my life was not to be a politician, but I end up here. Now, I love my people, and I will do anything for my people. And there's a lot of things that members always talk, they don't realize certain things. I want to give thanks to the Minister Julius Espat, one, and let me explain why. They are talking about millions and millions that the road want to reach to the moon and all that. Farmers are producing, farmers are working countrywide, so they need access to take out their produce. Sugarcane is one. We have the citrus down south, we have the banana, we can say the tomatoes, we can say the onions. Those peoples are doing money thanks to this government. And this government, with the Minister of Agriculture, before Honorable Mai, now my good friend Radwell, we're doing a lot of things. We have some institutions like CRESAP, we have RRB, we have Sembrando Vida, we have Said, that they are giving grants from 4,000 up to 60,000 once you qualify. And that only because the Prime Minister of this country is working for all of us. And that is important. With my good friend, Minister Mala, I want to give you thanks. My people are very happy with the market that we have in San Narciso. And of course, we're going to continue doing things for that constituency. I want to give you thanks. And most important one that I want to mention today for my constituency is thanks Honorable Francis Fonseca. The education, never as before. We do free education, we give uniform, we do, with the buses is free, man, we give land, and still the UDP say that we know they do nothing. They're still complaining. Why? Let us be real, man. Before, nothing like that was happening. Nothing like that. When we talk about the road of Corozal to Sartenea, Oh, the UDP did it. Oh, the UDP. No, man. Come on, let us stop that childless. Let us be real. Let us be real. One, I want to mention today, PM, education is very important. When we started, Escuela Mexico was only 4th farm. We arrived to 6th farm. One of my aims is to have a university there. We already bought the land. Now we need the balance. And we're going to work for that. Minister Fonseca, I hope you are hearing this. We have 4 years more and 5 more to come. And we're going to produce that university. And that will be a plus, will be first in history in a rural area. And I know that is possible because I will do my share. I remember the last rally that we had in San Narciso. I promised to my people, I will buy for you a fire truck. We have the fire truck already. We have the fire truck. I spoke to my good friend, member of our judge. I saw on a post that he get a donation of a lot of items for fire engine and things like that. So don't forget me, you know. And as I mentioned before, that will give us service, not only for Corozal Southwest. As I mentioned, that will help my colleague here from San Jose to San Narciso. We have, I will include a member of Cayo, from Corozal North, from Pachacan to San Narciso. My good friend Florencio from San Joaquin to San Narciso. Of course, that is the purpose. That is the way to work together. And we're going to continue that way because this is a family. The only way how the UDP will win when we start fight on this side. And that will not happen, no matter what. There's a lot of things that I want to mention, but I know it's kind of late. But we have to be real. We have to be real. Now, the Prime Minister gave me the opportunity to work on another ministry that is rural transformation, community development, climate change, and solid waste with SWAMA. SWAMA is an institution that started in 2009. That is UDP time. They spent $14.7 million, plus OPEC gave them $4.2 million to do the establishment of the solid waste. When we enter, we encounter a lot of things that was not working, just an elephant there sitting down. Now, thanks to this group, thanks to the CEO, Milagro Matus, Minister Habet, and other members from that ministry, we roll up our sleeves. Now we are working. San Pedro was complaining about too much garbage. Everything is going down. Kikakar. Now I want to give thanks. Oranjuaga and Corozal, we're going to open that facility for our people. And that will cost $2 million. And that will give service to all that area. We already identify more than 36 illegal dumping sites. That dumping site, we already work, we clean that from Sarteneja to San Victor, from Buena Vista to Chanchen. And why we are doing that? Corozal is beautiful. We have a lot of tourism coming through Mexico, through the border. And of course, we don't beautify that area, and we have to educate our people what we need to do and where to put the garbage. That's why, thank you, PM, for giving us that opportunity to reopen that facility in Orangeoak and Corozal. And we not stop there. We not stop there. We have a lot of things more to do. As I mentioned, education. I'm proud to announce they are talking about the starter homes, that it costs too much. When I do my math, I don't know where this gentleman get those big numbers saying that it costs $80,000. It's just a starter house with 400 square feet. Plus, remember, it's not only the house. We have to fix where the house will go. We have to put electricity. We have to put water. We have to do the, how you call it, Ministro? Not only the infrastructure, but all the water system, right? All the utilities, correct, thank you. You see, it's not only the house. Plus, those humble families, when you give that key to them, man, he's saying that we built road from here to the moon. They passed the moon because they're really happy. First time they own a house. And thank you to this PUP government. I can assure you, and you can testify, go around. Before I was there, tell me what was new there. Let me think. Libertad, we have a new complex and other things. Concepcion, we have another new complex. Louisville, we have a complex. San Narciso, we have a complex. San Victor, we have a complex. And I invite the leader of the opposition. On the 19th or the 20th of September, I will inaugurate another complex in Santa Clara. I invite you. Make you testify the improvement that we're doing thanks to this government. And we don't stop there, you know. San Roman and Buena Vista will get their complex too, right? So there's a lot of things that is going on. But I will beg again. I heard my good friend mention about a school in 1962. We have a school in San Narciso. Honorable Florencio Marin Sr. went to that school, and he's 83 years. You can imagine how old that school is. So please, PM, listen to me. I need a school. I need a school. I want to give thanks to Honorable Karim and now Minister Mira. I proudly saying that we're going to inaugurate a new police station in San Narciso. 2012, when I entered and I was there, I was begging, since then, a police station. That started last year, and we finalized this December. So please, I really feel happy of what we're doing and what we are achieving. And that only happened with this government, the People's United Party. If we had a budget of 1.2, 1.3 million, and now that we have 1.9, I can assure you that the Prime Minister will give more to Corozal Southwest. And I beg, once more, Libertad to Buena Vista is a short way to go for the farmers. If we can pave that road, that will help not only Corozal Southwest, will help Corozal Bay, will help Corozal Southeast, because he have Caledonia, he have San Joaquin, and we're going to help the farmers to go to the factory. So it's a big improvement. So let us continue working like that. My colleagues, I want to give thanks to all those colleagues. When I call them, they always answer, and they always give that service to Corozal Southwest for my people. It's not for Ramiro, it's for the people of Corozal Southwest. Thanks to Honorable Cordell, we already gave more than 800 titles, absolute titles, more than 1,600 leases to my people. New house lots. We're going to give 120 more in Concepcion. We already gave 75 to Libertad. And of course, San Victor, we're going to give additional 120 house lots for my poor people that really deserve that and more. We have a lame duck. Before election, the guy from San Victor, he went and gave those house lots without paper, only because he think he's the boss. Thanks God, this group, this family is the boss. This government is the boss, the People's United Party. And we're going to continue, as I said, 4 years more and 5 more to come, right? So with that said, my good friends and the Belizean people, I fully support this budget, and if they bring it tomorrow, I support it again. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member from Kayonart.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, good evening. Before I proceed with the debate, allow me to first express my sincere gratitude to the people of Kayonart, the proud constituency that I have the honor to represent in this honorable house. To the residents, families, businesses, and young people of Kayonart, I say thank you for your continued confidence, your encouragement, and your unwavering support. Representing you in this parliament is both a privilege and a responsibility that I carry with great pride. Your resilience, your hard work, and your commitment to community continue to inspire my service in this house and my work on behalf of our country. I remain deeply proud to stand here today as your representative, and I reaffirm my commitment to ensuring that the voices, aspirations, and well-being of the people of Kayonart are always reflected in the decisions we make for Belize's future. I must also give gratitude to the hard-working and committed staff across the Ministry of Public Utilities, Energy, and Logistics. To my CEO, Dr. Almendares, a CEO who truly understands the intricacies of the public utilities and nuances of the Public Utility Commission, thank you for your unwavering support. Sarita Tejeda and Bridget Rees, thank you for your support day in and day out. Mr. Speaker, I support the appropriation bill for fiscal year 2026-2027 so ably presented by our Honorable Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has presented a futuristic budget grounded in resilience, stability, and national development. Today, I wish to highlight how the Ministry of Public Utilities, Energy, and Logistics undertake and implement that vision through ensuring Belize's energy security, expanding electricity access, and building a modern energy system capable of powering our future. Mr. Speaker, before I address the portfolios assigned to me as Minister, I seek your indulgence to respond to the Leader of the Opposition's misinformed position on the recent tariff increase for the Belize Electricity Limited. In 2022, at a time when Belize, like the rest of the world, was emerging from the devastating effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, a deliberate decision was taken. BEL chose not to pursue a tariff increase. This was done to protect Belizean families and businesses during a fragile period of economic recovery. That decision was not without consequence. While consumers were shielded, the reality is that the cost of power, particularly imported power, continued to rise. As we know, Belize imports more than half of its electricity, and these costs are not discretionary. They are passed through in nature. BL did what it could. It absorbed the pressure, it maintained supply, it kept the lights on across this country. Mr. Speaker, we must now confront the reality before us. Recently, a tariff adjustment of 3.37 cents per kilowatt hour was approved. While this represents a step forward, it did not fully address the accumulated costs faced by the utility. As a result, BEL continues to operate under constrained cash flow conditions. And why does this matter? It matters because without adequate cost recovery, the utility's ability to invest in infrastructure is compromised. It affects its capacity to expand generation, strengthen the grid, integrate renewable energy, and ensure reliability for households and businesses alike. Madam Speaker, this is not simply a financial issue. It is an energy security issue. If we delay necessary adjustments for too long, we risk larger, more disruptive increases in the future. We risk underinvestment, and ultimately, we risk the reliability of the very same system that powers our economy. Let me be clear, this is not about placing additional burden on the Belizean people. It is about managing that burden responsibly, ensuring that it is predictable, fair, and minimized over time. The decision taken in 2022 was the right one for that moment. The decisions we take now must be the right ones for the future. We remain committed to protecting consumers while also ensuring that our national electricity system remains strong, stable, and capable of supporting Belize's continued growth and development. Madam Speaker, under the auspices of the Ministry of Public Utilities, Energy and Logistics, there are many benefits to highlight. In the area of energy, which is not simply about electricity, because energy is about opportunity. It powers our schools, our hospitals, our businesses, and our homes. It enables tourism, agriculture, manufacturing, and the digital economy. Without reliable energy, national development cannot take place. That is why this government is committed to building an energy system that is reliable, resilient, sustainable, and increasingly independent. Madam Speaker, access to electricity remains a fundamental pillar of inclusive development. During this year, the ministry will oversee electrification of 4 communities: Halacte, San Benito Poite, San Vicente, and Fireburn. With the support of the European Union and the CDW Stiftung Fund, more than 250 households and approximately 750 Belizeans will gain electricity for the very first time. Electricity allows children to study after dark, enables small businesses to grow, improves healthcare delivery, and enhances the quality of life for families. In partnership with the Inter-American Development Bank, we are designing the next phase of rural electrification to reach communities including Criquesarco, Pueblo Viejo, Sundewood, and Conejo Creek, through microgrids and grid expansion. This initiative will benefit more than 1,000 households and over 4,000 Belizeans. For the most remote households, the ministry will also distribute more than 200 Pico solar systems, ensuring that even the most isolated families can access basic electricity while longer-term solutions are implemented. Madam Speaker, expanding electricity access must go hand in hand with strengthening the reliability of our energy supply. During this fiscal year 2026-2027, Belize will conclude the International Finance Corporation management procurement process for 80 megawatts of new solar power generation. This represents the largest renewable energy expansion in Belize's history and will significantly strengthen domestic generation capacity. To complement this solar capacity, Belize is advancing a major battery energy storage system project in partnership with the World Bank, with capacity exceeding 160 megawatt hours. This will allow us to store solar energy and discharge when demand peaks, strengthening national energy resilience. We are also advancing across the country. Nearly 9 megawatts of distributed solar generation have been installed across more than 100 customers, empowering Belizeans to participate directly in the energy transition. More than 8,000 LED streetlights have been installed nationwide, improving safety in communities. Through the Advanced Metering Infrastructure Program, more than 19,000 smart meters have been installed, improving service reliability and giving customers better insight into their energy usage. These investments are supported by Belize's $56.5 million in financing from the Caribbean Development Bank, demonstrating strong confidence in Belize's electricity sector. Electricity demand in Belize continues to grow at approximately 4% annually. To meet this demand, major investments are being undertaken to strengthen the national grid, including connecting Kikaka to the national grid, expanding electricity supply to San Pedro, strengthening the transmission system serving Belmopan, and expanding service to rural communities. Belize is also preparing to integrate more than 100 megawatts of solar energy by 2030 while deploying battery storage to maintain grid stability. At the same time, digital transformation of the electricity system is advancing through an expanded smart meter deployment and improved grid monitoring systems. Madam Speaker, these initiatives are not abstract plans. They are real investments that will power our economy, strengthen our communities, and improve the lives of Belizean families. While the world faces rising energy uncertainty, this government is taking decisive steps to ensure Belize is prepared, resilient, and forward-looking. Where others speak about challenges, this government is delivering solutions. Where others predict uncertainty, we are building stability. And where others see limits, we see opportunity for Belize and for Belizeans. The energy future of Belize is being built today, not with promises, but with action. In relation to the Millennium Challenge Corporation, US $41.3 million have been allocated to energy. These funds will be used for the procurement and installation of selected hardware to improve the performance, efficiency, and reliability of the hydro generation facilities at Chalilo, Molehon, and Vaca. These funds will also be used for the procurement and installation of interconnection infrastructure to connect new generation capacity to the Belize national grid at 3 or 4 sites to be determined in connection with BL. It will also be used for the drafting of a new Energy Act under which the current Electricity Act will be subsumed. The Energy Act will mandate the creation of a Department of Energy within the Ministry of Public Utilities, inclusive of a dedicated planning unit. It will be used for capacity building to the newly established planning unit, as well as counterparts from PUC and BL in leading practice methodologies for integrated resource planning and least cost expansion planning. And it will also be used for the development of the distribution, generation, and demand grid codes to facilitate the PUC's regulatory oversight of the Belizean power sector. I turn to the Saudi Fund for Development. Madam Speaker, I wish to highlight the strategic partnership between Belize and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia through the Saudi Fund for Development. This partnership is now supporting 2 transformative national investments, a US $77 million utility-scale solar and battery storage project, and a US $45 million Belmopan Tertiary Hospital project, which the Minister of Health has spoken about. On the energy side, this project has been restructured into a 40-megawatt solar photovoltaic plant with a 20-megawatt battery energy storage system for the Mascal area. This is a forward-looking investment that will help Belize reduce dependence on imported power. It will help to strengthen our grid and advance our national goal of achieving 75% renewable energy by 2030. Importantly, it is expected to generate no less than 70 gigawatt hours annually and avoid approximately 50,000 tons of carbon dioxide emissions each year. These are not abstract commitments. They are concrete investments in energy security, social development, and national resilience. Madam Speaker, I turn to the Belize Water Services Limited. In the last fiscal year, BWS delivered 126 infrastructure projects valued at approximately Belize $20 million, strengthening water security, expanding access, and improving wastewater management across our country. These investments are not theoretical. They are tangible and translate into more homes connected, better water pressure, greater reliability, and stronger resilience in the face of climate change. Among the most impactful achievements was the expansion of the San Ignacio Water Treatment Plant, securing supply for Western Belize, the commissioning of the South San Pedro Reverse Osmosis Plant, supporting tourism and reducing pressure on groundwater. The nationwide network expansions included delivering over 1,000 new connections and replacements of over 20 miles of new connections and water mains. The development of strategic groundwater wells, improving drought resilience. The development of critical redundancy production wells and distribution lines, critical wastewater upgrades in Belize City, strengthening sanitation and environmental protection, and the development of a national wastewater master plan to ensure future planning and climate resilience for all. These projects are part of a deliberate national strategy to ensure that no Belizean is left behind when it comes to access to potable and reliable water. For the upcoming fiscal year, BWS is preparing a major national investment program valued at 35 million Belize dollars. This program is carefully structured to address every part of the water system. $15 million, over one-third of the program, will go directly into transmission and distribution, expanding pipelines, strengthening networks, and connecting more Belizean households. $12.5 million will be invested in water supply and production infrastructure, ensuring that we have the capacity to meet growing national demand. $2.5 million is allocated to wastewater and sanitation system, improving public health outcomes and protecting our environment. $3 million will strengthen climate resilience and groundwater development, thereby safeguarding the country against drought and future water stress. $2 million will be used to modernize operations, including introducing smarter systems, improving efficiency, and reducing long-term costs. Madam Speaker, in relation to the Belize Telemedia, they have been involved in the deployment of 1,000 Safe City surveillance camera integrated with an AI-powered video analytics platform supported by a fully equipped National Command and Control Center to enable advanced law enforcement monitoring, real-time intelligence, and investigative capabilities across the country. Implementation is currently in progress, and approximately 35% of these camera installations have been completed. They are also involved with the expansion of mobile coverage to 10 new locations countrywide, with an additional 2 sites coming soon to San Jose in the Toledo district and Lourdes Bank in the Belize district. They are involved in the complete improvement for coverage and capacity for 54 sites. They will be upgraded to a high-capacity network. They have also been continuing with their social responsibility. They currently have 123 scholarships to both secondary and tertiary levels, which amounts for $180,000 in an annual contribution by BTL. They are also undertaking major investments in network quality and reliability with upgrades to the mobile and IMS core to support capacity and the implementation of premium broadband for proactive service quality response and OLT upgrades. In this fiscal year, there will be major investments in undersea routes to support continued broadband demand in Keys along Key Karka and the Key Chapel routes. They will continue to invest in a power and data center to improve BTL's network quality and reliability, targeting 99.99% uptime through initiatives to improve our Class A data centers with the modernization and power redundancy of a first-class service provider. Continued mobile expansions to 5 new areas, including 2 in the Cayo district and others in the Keys, along with site expansions to targeted areas to improve coverage and overall customer experience. They will continue with investments in a national common alerting protocol, which is a cell-based broadcasting emergency alert system, which will be integrated into Digi's mobile network, enabling the rapid delivery of nationwide emergency notifications during natural disasters, public safety incidents, and national emergencies to ensure timely and reliable communication with the public. Additionally, there will be investments in cyber security and cloud infrastructure to support the increasing demand for secure, resilient connectivity and scalable computing services, enabling the continued growth and digital transformation of key national industries, the BPO sector, and MSMEs across the country. In relation to the Belize Port Authority, The past year has been one of discipline, reform, and execution. The Belize Port Authority has moved beyond incremental change. It is now operating with strategic clarity, stronger governance, and a firm commitment to results. At the core of this transformation is the Strategic Plan 2025-2030, a roadmap that aligns the authority with Belize's broader economic ambitions, trade facilitation, efficiency, and sustainability. This was reinforced by a deliberate organizational restructuring, ensuring that capacity is aligned with national priorities. We have strengthened governance in a meaningful way through the introduction of standard operating procedures, key performance indicators, and a quality management system. The authority is now more accountable, more transparent, and more performance-driven than ever before. And importantly, Belize successfully completed the IMO IMSAS audit with only minor findings, a strong endorsement of our progress and a clear message that Belize is meeting its international obligations. But strategy, Madam Speaker, must translate into action. We have expanded our national footprint with the completion of the Punta Gorda office, strengthened resilience through infrastructure upgrades, and advanced development planning in San Pedro, one of our most critical economic hubs. Through the TIPSA Master Plan, we are not just responding to today's needs. We are building for the future, designing a modern maritime complex that will support Belize's growth for decades. Operationally, we have strengthened enforcement and safety. A dedicated enforcement unit, supported by additional vessels, is now delivering greater presence, greater compliance, and greater protection of our water. At the same time, we are modernizing the regulatory environment. The development of the Belize Maritime and Port Authority Bill will strengthen enforcement and modernize our legal framework. The completion of the National Maritime Transport Policy gives Belize, for the first time, a unified and strategic direction for the sector. And critically, the National Action Plan for Maritime Decarbonization positions Belize to respond to global climate realities while protecting our economic interests. Madam Speaker, Belize is no longer on the sidelines of a global maritime policy. We are actively shaping it. Through our engagement at the International Maritime Organization, Belize has taken on a leadership role within the Caribbean, ensuring that the voices of small states are heard in global decision-making. At home, we are accelerating digital transformation. The Maritime Single Window, passenger verification system, and improved internal systems will deliver faster, more transparent, and more secure services. Looking ahead to 2026, our focus is clear: execution and impact. We will advance priority infrastructure, including a new San Pedro office, a pier and a boathouse facility, and the San Pedro Marine Highway. We will invest in technology and safety, including hydrographic equipment and digital systems that strengthen navigation and monitoring. We will move decisively on sustainability, piloting modern, low-emission solutions within our maritime sector. And we will invest in people, because no reform is sustainable without strong human capacity. I now turn to the Belize Postal Service. The Post Office remains a vital public institution that connects communities, facilitates commerce, and ensures that citizens across our country have access to reliable communication and logistics services. In an increasingly digital and interconnected world, our mission continues to evolve as we adapt to new technologies and growing demands for efficient delivery services. The year 2025 was a year of recovery, resilience, and renewed momentum for the Post Office. One of our most significant accomplishments was the resumption of international shipments to the United States after a temporary suspension in August of 2025. Through strategic coordination with our international partners, including the Universal Postal Union and the United States Postal Service, the Post Office successfully restored this essential service, ensuring that citizens and businesses could once again send parcels and merchandise to one of our most important trading partners. This development has been particularly beneficial for small and medium-sized enterprises who rely on affordable postal services to participate in international e-commerce markets. Another key achievement was that the Belize Postal Service launched its first postal shop, offering Belizean and postal merchandise catering to Belizean tourists and the diaspora. These postal shops are now available in Belize City, San Ignacio, Placencia, San Pedro, and Kikaker. To note is that the Belize Postal Service has undergone a digital transformation assessment conducted by the Universal Postal Union. During 2025, the Post Office strengthened its efforts to modernize operations by introducing improvements in its tracking system and enhancing customer service processes. Earlier this year, the Belize Postal Service was happy to finally become a member of the Postal Union of the Americas, Spain, and Portugal. This has now granted the Post leverage in better access to the post offices within these regions. Operationally, the Post Office also focused on improving service delivery across the country. Investments were made in equipment, staff training, dangerous goods certification, and process improvements to ensure that mail and parcels are processed more efficiently and delivered in a timely manner. Despite the challenges facing postal administrations worldwide, declining traditional mail volumes and increasing competition in the logistics sector, along with the need for a new post office building, the Post Office demonstrated resilience and adaptability through 2025. The Post Office also remained committed to prudent financial management. Efforts were made to improve revenue streams through the increase of rates for most of our services, while still maintaining the position of being the most affordable for the public. As a result, the Belize Postal Service has seen an increase in its estimated revenue of approximately $119,000. This is an important milestone, especially since there was a 4-month halt in shipments containing goods not being routed to the United States of America. Based on the forecasted revenue budget for the fiscal year 2025, the Belize Postal Service has exceeded those estimates by approximately $368,000. Operational efficiency measures help reduce delays and improve service reliability, ensuring that public funds are used responsibly and the Post Office continues to deliver value to citizens. Looking ahead to 2026, the Belize Postal Service is entering a new phase of modernization and growth. Our primary focus will be the launch of a new website and an e-commerce platform, positioning the Post Office as a key facilitator of digital trade for small businesses. We are currently preparing the groundwork for the development of an e-commerce marketplace platform with the Universal Postal Union that will enable local entrepreneurs to sell their products both locally and internationally. By providing affordable international shipping, packaging solutions, and digital tools, we aim to empower local entrepreneurs to access local and global markets. The Belize Postal Service is also collaborating with the Universal Postal Union and other key stakeholders on a post office connectivity project, allowing for students, entrepreneurs, and the community to have digital access to workspaces within the Post Office and the community. This month, Madam Speaker, highlights International Women's Month. Let me pause to honor our grandmothers, our mothers, our wives, our sisters, our daughters, and our granddaughters. The Belize Postal Service is collaborating with the Universal Postal Union and other key stakeholders on a postal truck project called the HIA project. This will help extend e-commerce services to rural and women-owned medium and small enterprises across the country. Another important initiative of the Belize Post Office Service will be the launch of its definitive stamps 2026 to 2031 under the theme Celebrating Belize. Infrastructure improvements will also remain a priority. We intend to continue upgrading postal facilities and operational equipment to ensure that our network remains reliable and capable of handling increasing parcel volumes. Additionally, we will continue strengthening our collaboration with international postal organizations such as the Universal Postal Union, the Caribbean Postal Union, and the Postal Union of the Americas, Spain, and Portugal to ensure that our country remains fully integrated within the global postal network. Madam Speaker, allow me to conclude where I began, with the good people of Kayonert. Much work has been taken in Kayonert. Several key projects that have been completed across the constituency. Among them is the refurbishing of the Bully Tree Community Center, which was made possible with the assistance of the Honourable Member from Pigstack, the Minister of Tourism, Diaspora Relations, Youth and Sports. Housing and land access have remained a priority. Over 20 starter homes have been handed over to deserving families, and hundreds of house lots, have been distributed to first-time landowners, helping more families achieve stability and security. Significant infrastructural improvements have continued throughout Kayonert. Major thoroughfares connecting key arteries such as Constellation Boulevard, 18th Street, Collins Boulevard, Trenchtown, and Beetlejuice Streets have been cemented or asphalted. Through the dedicated effort of the Ministry of Infrastructure, the Bully Tree Road was completely resurfaced, along with the George Price Highway linking San Ignacio to Benqueviejo, and the vital Bully Tree to Spanish Lookout route. Public safety has also been strengthened. In collaboration with the Ministry of Home Affairs, the community of Kontiki is now safer with the establishment of a brand new community substation. Additionally, water and electricity expansions have continued throughout the constituency, ensuring that more residents have access to these vital services. Human development has remained central to our efforts. Hundreds of women have graduated with new sewing, language, and canning skills, empowering them with practical tools for economic independence. Many individuals have also received assistance through education grants, funeral grants, and other forms of support aimed at improving the quality of life across Kayonert. The rollout of the National Health Insurance has further enhanced access to healthcare services. Madam Speaker, one of the most significant promises made to the people of Kayonert has also been fulfilled. I am proud to report to this Honourable House that free education has been delivered to the students of Sacred Heart College. Over 900 students now benefit from free education at that institution. And if there is anyone who doubt the impact of free education, then I invite them to speak to Catherine Hubb, to Yukali Usher, Jerone Santos, Lina Silva, or Xavier Zetina. Let them tell you how free education has transformed their lives.